It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710seattlesports.com. The Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, and that's Apple, that's Spotify, right? Kind of all of it. It's talking YouTube, talking 97.3 HD2. I was looking just the other day to see if we had any new Apple podcast reviews. Not in ages. Nobody reviews us anymore. It's sad. I've kind of stopped talking about it, so maybe that's the problem. And I don't know. I kind of enjoyed all the reviews we would get there. I know we're never going to get to a 4.7 rating, but I was kind of sad. I don't know. Maybe new people aren't going there now. Maybe they're finding us on YouTube because that's been kind of the big push, and everybody likes YouTube these days. Maybe some of my thoughts about 97.3 HD2 have convinced people to go listen to the station that way. I don't know, but just a little. We're a little hurting in the Apple podcast review. So maybe we'll get a few of those here in the next couple of days, and I can have fun reading them because that's usually part of the charm of that. You don't even have to say anything nice. Just leave us a 5-star review and then write something mean. That's sometimes our favorite way to go about that. All right. I told you we've just been on a guest tear recently, right? Like every day it feels like we're just coming guest after guest after guest. If you missed them over the last few days, Jordan Palmer was an A+ interview. I really enjoyed him. Got some cool feedback from a couple people I know who just dug it. And throw me on that list. I just thought it was cool information about kind of where the quarterback situation's at, since he works with all the Seahawks quarterbacks. So if you can go back on any of these podcast platforms, go listen to that. Obviously Passan, obviously Daniel Jeremiah, and if you miss DJ, you'll hear it coming up here in, about 30 minutes. Colin Cowherd, we'll play a little sound from that because we chatted with Colin yesterday. Say what you want, that guy is not short on opinions, and he talks to a lot of people, and I've got some interesting stuff to react to, I think, from Colin. And then we're not done because today at 8:30, I don't know whether you guys know Dan Wetzel or not, but I truly believe he's the best sports columnist in America. Number one, I think he's awesome. I think the world of Dan Wetzel. Like, if I could write like anyone in the sports business, it's him. I think he is brilliant and especially thoughtful when it comes to, meaningful issues in the world. I think he translates kind of the news cycle to human element. I think he's brilliant. And he's got a new book, and I actually bought it for my daughter. It's a kid's book, so details to come. But we will chat with him at 8:30 this morning. And then tomorrow, Kevin Seitzer, Mariners hitting coach. Why would we ever want to talk to Kevin Seitzer? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because the Mariners are the best hitting team we've seen in forever around here. I did send a note to somebody in the organization and said, hey, we're going to have Seitzer on Friday. And he said, yeah, it's a pretty good time for the hitting coach to do an interview, to say yes. Like, who can blame him? Go take not a victory lap, because I don't think it's way too early for victory laps. But don't you want to hear more about what's working and why this is happening, and how yesterday the Mariners just, hey, down 5, no biggie. We'll just score 6.
I mean, after talking to him in spring training, I just want to hear more from him in general.
Son of a buck and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair point, Maura. Like, even if they weren't winning, like, screw it. Just bring Seitzer on and let's hear kind of that vibe. There was a word used. Let me see if I have it, because as we've been talking about the Mariners, it's probably a word I should have used in the column I wrote yesterday. I want to talk a little bit more about that. I think it's interesting. I spent more time on it than I sometimes do, and I'm more proud of it. I'll tell you guys usually when I just kind of bang something out, but this one was like, I was kind of proud of it. I thought it was good.
It's very good, Salk.
Thank you, Maura. That's nice of you. This is...
And I wouldn't tell you.
No, I know. Yeah, that's why I believe you. Like, if you didn't like it, you would let me know, or you would just say nothing. This one is from Brian Wu from yesterday, and I probably should have used this word somewhere in the column, because there's a word. See if you can pick it up. This is about a 30-second clip. Tell me what word Brian Wu says here that I think is maybe becoming the perfect description for this Mariner team.
I think it's just no quit, honestly. I think it's just relentless playing 9 innings of baseball. We get down early, I got punched in the mouth, and they come back and just kind of chip away. And, I think when you're, like I have kind of kept saying, but it's just consistency. You get down early or you get up early. It's just kind of keep playing and keep playing the game. put up zeros on defense and keep, the pedal to the metal on offense. And it's been a lot of fun.
Any guesses?
Relentless.
Yeah. He said it right off the bat, so it's not like it was hidden in there, but relentless. They are pretty relentless, right? Game after game, it just feels like they just keep coming, or inning after inning, at bat after at bat, they just keep coming at you. They're like, you think, okay, you got a 5-run lead. I guess you can just kind of take the rest of the game off. No, they're going to keep coming at you all the way for 9 innings, and there is a relentlessness to the way they play. So I appreciated that yesterday. I've been appreciating it over the course of this road trip. There's just no way to kind of there's no way to kill them and have them stay dead. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like you're burying them, but they're not, because they just keep coming and coming. I like that. There's I don't know if you guys, there's a Terminator element to it, Lyle, now that you've seen the Terminator. You know about the relentlessness of the Terminator. Sometimes I think of, I don't know if you guys ever watched any of the Evil Dead movies. They're funny. I've always enjoyed the Evil Dead movies, especially the one back in Army of Darkness. But, like, the whole idea of the Evil Dead movies, like, they're the undead that keep coming at you, and you just never know, like, sometimes you'll kill them and they come back. Sometimes you'll kill them and they stay dead. There's no real rules in that universe of what kills the zombies, essentially. But I kind of just think of that at times with this Mariner team, because they just keep coming at you. So anyway, it got me thinking, and I ended up writing yesterday, and I hope you guys do have some time. It's up at seattlesports.com. As I said, I try not to go crazy promoting. I write almost every week. I try not to go crazy promoting all of it, because when I write something that I'm super proud of, I want you guys to know. And today is one of them. I would love for you guys to read this, because I think it is an opportunity for me to start to change some things that I've been saying on the show. I've been teasing this for a couple of days, and we'll talk about it in much greater depth with Brock at 7:30. But the core of it is that I would like to reconsider my position on the importance of contact and the negative effects of strikeouts on an offense. I'm ready to say that. Brock and I have been arguing about this for years. And I'm trying not to let pride get in the way, right? Sometimes you got to look at the evidence in front of you and make it change. Brock and I also argued about things like paying college athletes for years, and eventually he not fully came around, but bought into some of the necessity of doing that. And I got to be able to do the same thing. Right? Love the guy. We're not enemies. We're friends. And even though we argue a lot, I'm willing to listen to the things he has to say. And one of those things is that strikeouts matter. And they must. And one of the problems I've always had with the argument about strikeouts, for my own argument, I was always waiting for one of you to point this out, and no one ever did. Thank God. It would have been horrifyingly embarrassing to have been destroyed in a debate. How can you get excited about pitcher strikeouts but not be mad about hitter strikeouts? Right? There is something to it about not putting the ball in play. And the crux of the argument of the article is that the game has evolved. And I'm trying to avoid, who was it who was like leading the anti-analytics charge in the early 2000s? Was it Goose Gossage or...
Oh, I'm pretty sure Goose Gossage has said, and I quote, "I hate every single thing about the game today."
Yeah. All right. So I'm trying to avoid being that in the opposite, because the game evolves. The game does change, right? The game's not the same as it was in 2008. It's different, right? Things have changed in the last 15, 20 years. Pitching's gotten better. Defense is different. Athleticism is more valued. The base is they've done a lot of things to change the game. And so I think that there is a lesson in not being goose gossaged, right? I don't want to be left behind. I want to make sure that I'm staying up on the game. And that gets harder, by the way, as you get older. Trust me. It's a lot easier to change your point of view on what comprises baseball success in your 20s than it is in your mid to late 40s. But I'm trying to be open because I don't want to get goose gossaged. And clearly there have been some changes made in the game. It's not wholesale. Walks and home runs absolutely still matter. Mariners are first in walks, fourth in home runs? Pretty big reason why they're winning. Enormous reason why they're winning. That's not the only reason they're winning. They're definitely putting the ball in play more. They're definitely striking out less. They're definitely putting pressure on their opponents in new ways, and those things are mattering. You can see it. So I'm trying to use my eyes in addition to just standing by, old held beliefs. I'm not quite going to come out and say it's small ball because I don't know whether that's it. Small ball is very specific. I don't know whether making contact more is the same as bunting and giving away outs. I don't know whether you're going to get me all the way to like, hey, you got to play it like you did in the 80s and bunt everybody over and sacrifice as soon as you get a chance and, put your best bunter second in the lineup. Like, yeah, it's probably not going to happen. Sorry. I think that's been disproven. But are there situations where it's called for? Sure, maybe. Are there moments where contact is more important than the home run? Yeah, we're seeing it. Man, the numbers I have, let me see if I have this here somewhere. It's in the article, again, seattlesports.com. But the numbers on the number of hits and runs scored this weekend between these two teams, who I think are built pretty similarly. Like they're playing a similar style of baseball, right? My God, just what we saw. Where is it? Hold on. Over this weekend, okay, these teams combined. I'm trying to stall so I can find this. Where'd it go? What's the matter with me? Well, I'll find it. I promise. I'll find it here in a minute. Because the numbers are, here you go. 32 runs in 3 games. It's pretty good, right? So the teams are each, combined, averaging more than 5 runs each per game. That's good baseball. That's fun. That's exciting. 62 hits. They had 62 hits combined in 3 games. They're combining for more than 10 hits per game each. Man, that's good baseball, right? Isn't that one of the reasons this was such a fun series? Guys are on base. They're getting hits. You're not just watching everyone trudge back to the dugout. And of these 32 runs, 7 of them were scored via the home run. Okay. Like there should still be home runs. And Telez's home run yesterday was probably the biggest hit in the whole game. But okay, it wasn't the only way they scored. It accounted for like half. Cool. Like, to me, that's great. And again, that's 3 games. It's not 162, but it was somewhat exemplary. Anyway, we got to take a break. I got to come back. I'm going to give you guys everything you need to know. Please go read it. We'll talk more about it at 7:30. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Rowdy Telez, 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it.
Make it 9 straight series wins for baseball's hottest team.
This is what winning teams do.
Incredible comeback again from this group.
At bat by at bat, they find a way.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners are back home in the first of 3 against the Blue Jays, with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile beginning at 2 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. And every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Hope springs eternal during the start of the season, but unfortunately, so do spring allergies. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Rynair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're proud this year the Stern Sinus Center was just named a nationwide center of excellence. We're also excited to welcome another allergy surgeon and ear surgeon to our practice. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's never in doubt, right? The chaotic Mariners found yet another way to win a series, this time doing it for the 9th time in a row. After the late comeback Tuesday, they decided they'd score at least a little bit earlier this time around. They had to dig out of a deeper hole, though. Got down 5-0 early. Brian Wu, trouble in the first, trouble in the fourth, so down 5. It's not as much of a deal for this offense. You get one back early, and then Rowdy Tellez gets you back into the game.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, drilled, right field. This is on its way. It is back. It is gone. Rowdy Tellez onto home run hill. 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it.
Yeah, the Eclipse. You like that nickname for him? It's kind of what he is. He just shows up every once in a while. He might not do much in between, but when he shows up, it's in a big way. and he clobbered that ball, got him back into the game. You get to the 8th, and you just get a huge RBI single from the guy who just shows up earlier in the day, Leotis Taveras. Dylan Moore drives him in, and bang, you go on to win with Munoz getting the final strikeout. Striking out Jacob Wilson, by the way, to end it. That's not supposed to be possible, but for Mooney, no big deal. Mariners get to 22-14 now. 9 straight series they've won for the first time in, 24 years? Best start through 36 games. Their third best start through 36 games in franchise history. There's just, nothing but positive coming out of this entire clubhouse.
Wow. I mean, what can you say about today? Coming back from 5 down, incredible comeback again from this group. It's almost like a broken record, just how well these guys, keep fighting, come back. Brian Wu, I thought he pitched a good ball game today. Gave up 3. A lot of times you get to the good pitchers early. They were able to get to him a little bit early, but he settled in, gave us 6 strong, which was big.
They needed that just for their bullpen, and good for everybody. They win again. Day off today. Back home for the Blue Jays and Yankees. By the way, doesn't sound like we're going to see the traditional Canadian invasion, so good opportunity to get out to the ballpark this weekend.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
ESPN, Jeremy Fowler and Brady Henderson combining on a report yesterday saying the Seahawks are in discussions with free agent corner Shaquille Griffin. Of course, we remember him on a potential reunion. They're still looking for a veteran corner, and Griffin's been high on their list. No deal reached, though, as of now. So this has been brewing, we've heard for a while. Griffin, for me, fine. I don't love it. I don't hate it. Like, you bring in a guy like that because you need more guys for injury, just to have the depth you have to need in the secondary. And if you got to backfill late in free agency like this at that position, you got to do it somewhere, and I'm pretty good with it. The team also yesterday made the Jonathan Hankins signing official, which of course had been reported last week.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, I asked 2 different guests yesterday whether the Seahawks' next franchise quarterback is currently on the roster. What do you make of the answers? The first coming from Colin Cowherd.
I think Sam Darnold can win playoff games. I think the AFC is harder to win playoff games because the quarterbacks are better. So like Minnesota, and I think Seattle's roster is better than Minnesota's actually, they just don't have Justin Jefferson. I think Seattle's capable of winning multiple playoff games.
Okay, so he kind of says, yeah, Sam Darnold is the guy. Daniel Jeremiah, you'll hear this whole interview coming up in about 10 minutes, but here's what DJ said.
I think that the fact that there's a pause there probably is not great in terms of the confidence. But I think they can win playoff games with Sam Darnold. I do. I think Sam's good enough to do that. I think they put the right things in place around him, continue to build up. I mean, I don't think what he did last year was a fluke. I know the way it ended was not what anybody wanted to see. But I still think the ability's in there for him to do that.
So kind of similar answers, right? Little pause. No one's like, oh, yeah, definitely 100%. Yes. But both were like, yeah, I can see it. I see the path to it. And both spoke to some of the other things they've got in the roster to help facilitate it. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour. You got to love the text machine, by the way. A couple people, very nice things to say. Great show open. Love it. Thanks for the column. Already read it. That's not great. And then you got to love the 206. Your take on strikeouts was always just dumb. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's nice. It's really good. Anytime you try to be vulnerable and open yourself up and say maybe you were wrong and you'd like to change your opinion, there's nothing nicer than someone saying, well, thank God it was always dumb. Thank you. That's nice. It's too bad we don't work together every day.
To be fair to that person, you did kind of say, well, I was always waiting for one of you to be smart enough to make the
But
other
none
side
of you
the
were.
argument, but none of you did.
Right. Well, none of you were smart enough to realize the whole of my argument. So don't call me dumb. You were dumb. You should have come up with a good argument. All right. Just kidding. Let's take a quick break. Daniel Jeremiah is up next. He was awesome yesterday in our final conversation with him, at least for a while. Stick around. You will hear just how much he liked this Seahawks draft next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Even the guys that if you look at their average and go, ugh, not off to a good start. Look at the on base. This team has been outstanding at working the pitcher, at taking walks. You look at Randy Arozarena, for instance. He's had huge hits. He's had some big moments that have been game-winning moments. But overall, he's not hitting that well. He's hitting 208. but he's got a 359 on base.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton. Afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Are you guys ready to get out for the weekend? Head to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, oh man, yes, in August, the hotel is opening up with all the new restaurants and the larger gaming space. It's going to be amazing. So get out there. The summer concert series is a good excuse. Artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, POD, all this summer overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Tickets at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I was pretty hungry and looking at a menu when I named my boat Change Your Tuna. The backup names were Trick or Trout, I Salmonly Swear, and, oh, it gets worse, New Squid on the Block. It wasn't my best day.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it. And start with a quote from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
My teacher is the best because she gives us pajama day.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, sponsored by WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, the great Daniel Jeremiah. I worked things out. Pete will be next week.
Oh.
Don't worry.
I don't know if I could have done Cowherd to DJ to Pete.
That would have been a lot in one day.
Yeah.
But let's do it. It is unfortunate. So, yes, Pete Carroll next Wednesday at 9 a.m. And today is unfortunately our last date with DJ. Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I don't know if you guys have ever had this, like when you would take finals as a kid and then you end up getting sick after the finals.
Always.
It happens with me with the draft. I only get sick for like 1 week a year. Like I never get sick, but it's always falls right after the draft.
Yeah, because you're putting everything into that moment, right? And then the moment it ends, all of that adrenaline, the crash, the everything, it just, Plus, I heard you didn't sleep a lot during the draft.
Pretzels and Diet Cokes at 1 a.m.
That's kind of what I heard.
Yeah, a little dangerous.
Yeah, that's fair. Is that Klatt? That sounds like Klatt telling stories out of school.
Yeah, it sounds something like that. All right.
It gets pretty crazy there. I mean, I'm not afraid to go a couple deep on Diet Cokes at 1 a.m.
That does sound crazy. All right, so now what? The Seahawks are done with the draft. They signed Jonathan Hankins. They probably still have a little bit more work to do. What's the sort of now what situation for a team like Seattle?
Well, before we do that, I just got our researcher to do all this research off of my top 150. He does this every year. And I wanted to see, coming on with you guys, where the Seahawks fared. And again, it's just off of how I had the players ranked. So I always am, people do draft grades and all that kind of stuff. Like I think that's kind of silly. But this is just this is concrete numbers based off of how I stack the players 1 to 150. So if you look at the most players drafted among my top 150, you had the Browns and the Patriots with 7, and the the Seahawks were with 5.
So that's just over average. Should be what, 4.7?
So sorry, Seahawks had 5 top 150 picks, and they got 6 top 150 players. But this is where the good stuff is. The total value added. So if you were to just rank the players, and you get you get 150 points for the first player on my list and 1 point for the 150th player. So if you just kind of look at it that way, in terms of the most added value, the Seahawks were third with 547 points behind the Browns and the Patriots. And then lastly, one of the other things they do is they go points over expected. So if you had the first pick, the expected value would be 150, and you kind of figure it out as you go. So the Seahawks, just based how I had it, they were plus 129 on points over expected, which put them 4th.
Wow.
So how I graded the players, I thought they got quantity and quality, basically, is what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm. You hear any rumblings after these rookie mini camps, Daniel, from around the league and maybe even in Seattle of, okay, here were our picks and here's our takeaway from actually what we saw now in our own uniform?
I've stopped making those phone calls over the years because I tend to find a lot of bias in those initial. I mean, he got out there. I mean, he was the first one on the field. Okay, you should have seen this. Yeah, I mean, he's already learned everything. I'm like, how many plays?
Wow,
yeah. 6. There tends to be a little hyperbole coming out of these early mini camps. So I've stopped kind of paying attention.
All right, well, let me ask you this then. This is a go the opposite way for a moment, because I think every stat you just gave about what your researcher came up with is super positive about the Seahawks. Brock and I have been incredibly positive about this Seahawks draft. I think we all really like what they did. But Mike Sando, who we love, did a piece where he interviews and gets a lot of information from other execs, anonymous execs around the league. And they also had some nice things to say about the Seahawks draft. But this was the other side of it. So I'll ask you what you think of it.
Yeah.
The catch. Seattle targeted non-premium positions with its first 3 picks, getting the second guard, the second safety, before taking Arroyo, who was consistently one of the most praised players in the Seahawks class. So essentially taking a guard, a safety, and a tight end, 3 non-premium positions with their first 3 picks. Should we be more concerned about that than we've been?
I don't think so, because I don't think they forced it. And I know, you always want to try and load up on the line of scrimmage, but you just can't force that. And I think you've even seen, to me, and I'm biased, and I readily admit it, because the 2 teams that I worked for that I feel like have been as good in the draft game as anybody are Baltimore and Philadelphia. And you look at Baltimore, took Malachi Starks. You look at Philadelphia, they took an off-the-ball linebacker and Jihad Campbell. Like, the draft, you can go in there with a plan in place, and we're going to address the premium positions. But if it falls a certain way, you get in trouble when you're trying to just force it and jam it in there. At the end of the day, the goal is to have blue players. You want to have elite players scattered across your roster. And depending on who you talk to, they'll tell you, we need to have 8 to 12 like blue caliber players, guys that could be considered in the top 10 of their position in the NFL. In order to win it, you've got to have those elite players. So if you can get one of those elite players at one of those non-premium positions in a draft like the one we just had, that's just doing it smart, in my opinion.
How big a deal is magnetism at quarterback in your evaluation as you go through this process and have over the last couple decades, DJ?
Yeah, and I love that word. I always go back to this conversation that I had with Steve Young, decades ago, when I was just a young kid, and I just remember asking him, hey, in your opinion, I've talked to a bunch of different people about this, but what makes a great quarterback? And the way he explained it was that quality of being able to go into the huddle and to look everybody in the eye and say, over my dead body, are we going to lose this game? And so whether you want to describe that as, this big energy that fills the room and everybody wants to be around them, or to me, I lean more towards just there's that competitive greatness inside of these guys that attracts people. Maybe that's the magnet that attracts people. But that always, I heard that over 20 years ago, and that always stood out to me.
I think Jordan Palmer said to us yesterday, there's not going to be a better QB room than what Seattle has now. From that regard, from a character standpoint, and even an upside of talent, obviously Jordan biased because he's worked with Sam and now working with Jalen. But when you now look at that room with Drew Lock, obviously Jalen Milroe and Sam, my goodness gracious, from a just QB character quality, is there a better room in the league right now?
Those are all good dudes. Those are all really good dudes. Josh Allen is as good as it gets in terms of how he is and what he's all about. I always assumed, I don't even know, I think Matt Barkley might have retired, but I always assumed that Matt Barkley was just always going to be the 3 wherever Josh Allen was, because he literally was such a good dude that he kind of survived on that. But no, I think it's important. I think there's having the competitiveness of, like, we all want to play. Let's not hide that. Let's be honest about that. But there is also that, hey, this is the pecking order, and my job is to try and get myself ready to play as the 2 or the 3, but I also need to serve the starter. And I think you get some bad rooms when those lines aren't really drawn that way, and it's I'm out for blood as the number 2 quarterback, and I don't know if that always makes for a good room.
Yeah.
If you were to have an opportunity to chat with any one member of this Seahawks draft class, you got 11 guys in the draft class, and you could give them some advice on, hey, if you want to make this team now, if you want to be successful, if you want to be even more successful maybe than where you were drafted, which one player would you love to just have a quick conversation with and give him one good piece of advice that you think would help him and the team?
Yeah, I would probably start, and I think we've talked about him being one of my favorite guys that they got in terms of the value, but I would probably start with Horton, and I would go tell him that at your first, and I've done this, I've actually told this to some people before, is, hey, at the first mini camp, I want you to as soon as you get on campus for the first time in the building, I want you to walk down to the special teams coach's office. First of all, look it up and figure out who it is before you go in there. Go in there and just tell them, use me however you want to use me. I want to be a gunner. I want to return kicks, which he's done. Like, I want to go and I'm going to start right there. I'm going to dominate that universe, and then I'm going to figure out once I dominate in that universe, the other universes are going to expand for me. So I've always said, if you're not a first or second round pick, one of your first moves should be to walk right down into the special teams coach's office and try and make an impression.
Because you're a little under the weather today, DJ, and you're fighting, because you come on this show serving us with information.
It's a battler.
I'm going to play to your strengths. I'm going to throw you a couple here in your wheelhouse. The two places you've been. We played some Howie Roseman sound yesterday from the War Room, where Howie really put a charge into his guys on that third day and said, find me starters. I want 2 starters. I don't want depth. I want to take some swings here. So on day 3 picks of the Seahawks, 7 of them, right? 7 guys in this draft class. Who would you put stock in to be in a possible starter or 2 out of those 7 picks?
Well, I'm when he gets healthy, Riley Mills to me has starter ability, and he carried a starter grade for me. So that's just let's take our time here, and maybe that's a year down the road, but we're going to take our time. We're going to get him healthy. But that to me is, and I agree with that philosophy. If hey, let's chase the upside a little bit versus the the stability and the high floor on day 3. So that one first and foremost is one. I think Damien Martinez can carve out a role. You got to make the team first, but I think he's someone who can carve out a role, can be a short yardage back, can be a 4-minute back, put some games away. When you hear the rumors pre-draft, like Kenneth Walker might be traded, and where what kind of good graces is he in? Like, to me, if I'm Martinez, I'm sniffing some opportunity there to try and carve out and find a role on this team. And again, it starts on special teams, but I could see him eventually getting to the point where he could earn some carries. So those would be a couple that would come right to the top of mind.
Well, Salk's a blink scout. We've talked about that, right? Blink analysis. This is I'll admit right here, I'm doing a total blink analysis. I'm taking a 20-second clip of John Benton, the old line coach, working with the guys, and just praising Bryce Cable, and just with some of his movement skills, just in this one little 20-second clip. Can you tell me why a guy that's 6'5", 300, started 50 games, ran sub 5, why that guy was a 6th-round pick?
Well, we can start first of all. He was not a combine invite, so
correct.
That's telling you kind of what the league is saying, because a lot of that comes from that. I'm pulling up my notes on him. The issues that I had with him, just struggle with speed. So I don't think the athletic testing necessarily showed up on the tape. I thought the toughness was there. I have in my notes just the redirect issues, beat by speed. I do love his effort. He looks to finish. That's going to be something that's going to gain you a lot of popularity with an offensive line coach, with a strain and an effort and a want to. So that to me was kind of the pluses, where he tested out of the gym, and then you love the effort, the tenacity, the toughness. Now the issues that showed up were he's getting beat on the edge with speed, and then some of the redirect athleticism stuff gave him issues.
As a tackle, not a tackle, but slide him in the guard where he's going to be.
He needs neighbors. He needs to play with neighbors. So but that's kind of gives you the whole holistic picture there.
Gotcha.
But that's why I've always said I've always got in trouble with that with offensive line grades. If I were to be self-critical and go back and evaluate, self-scout, I think we've even talked about this. I've gotten in trouble when I've overvalued athleticism and when I've undervalued intelligence and toughness at those positions. Those guys find a way to play.
Do you have any concern about Jalen Milroe's decision-making after he ends up in number 6?
What's the significance of?
It's just the worst quarterback number. It's just awful.
Well, I think Bubby Brister would have something to say.
That's exactly right. I think Bubby Brister he literally defines this. Yes.
Who else is a 6?
It's Baker Mayfield,
Cutler?
Bubby Brister, and that's it. Jay Cutler. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What's our level of concern here?
It's kind of a kicker number.
It's a horrific quarterback number.
Yeah.
Horrific.
I can tell you that my first game as a redshirt at Northeast Louisiana University, I came in there. I wanted 17. I couldn't get it, so I got 5. I was very excited. 5's a good number for a redshirt freshman. I mean, I kind of built like Garcia a little bit with the Niners. I was just like a stick. So I'm like, that's fine. So I get out there, and my first game we played Minnesota at home, and so they have your jersey laid out there, and I go to the equipment manager and I go, hey, question, two questions. I go, number one, why do I have number 6 for? I thought I was 5, and he goes, well, we have double numbers, and since you're redshirt not going to play, we have you in a 6. I go, okay, I get that. You spelled my name wrong on the back of the jersey. That's maybe the bigger issue.
I don't think it is.
Jere, not Jera. So I literally lost my name and my number before the first time I put on a college uniform. That's a tough pill to swallow.
I'd rather have a misspelled name than I would wear number 6 as a quarterback.
That was the only time. I got back to 5 the next week.
Let me give you a more serious question. How'd the rest of the NFC West make out?
Shoot, I mean, the Rams just getting next year's 1 that's a huge win.
It is.
The Niners was, I'm not gonna say it's a good or a bad draft. It was maybe one of the more surprising drafts to me, in that they went so heavy on defense, which, okay, I can understand that because they had a lot of holes to fill. But for a team that's been like an attack front, they took a lot of run defending, like front 7 guys. It was literally, guys who are much better against the run than they are in the pass game, and that started with Mykel Williams with their first overall pick. So that one kind of surprised me just because it seemed like there's a philosophical shift there. And I don't know if that's because, the Rams are a physical run team. If you want to go outside the broader picture of the NFC, you got Saquon Barkley and the Eagles, that offensive line. But that was a philosophical shift. Yeah, Detroit is a physical team. So that just kind of, from being a team that was always attack up the field to more like kind of sit and hold the point of attack type players, that one shocked me. But and then you look at the Cardinals. I thought the Cardinals actually had a really good draft. I liked what they did.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to know your answer on this one, especially as you spent so much time with Klatt, and Klatt and I are the same on this one. Colin Cowherd, we just had him on, DJ, and asked about Jalen Milroe playing 6 or 7 snaps. Right, he had said that on his show, and Salk asked him about it, and he pointed kind of to the red zone and what have you. Do you think that's a healthy dynamic? And do you think that's realistic that Jalen Milroe is going to get on the field for 6 or 7 snaps a game?
I would say that, that maybe conservatively the 15th time I've heard about a quarterback entering into the league that's going to play a package of plays, and I can tell you we're 0 for 15. It never happens. It's always discussed, and it is. You know what it is? It's always one of those things, those ideas that's great upstairs, and you come up with this upstairs plan, and then when the message gets delivered downstairs, something gets lost in translation, and that never happens. So we'll see. I mean, again, I think it sounds fun. Let's get him a package of plays down the red zone, some short yardage stuff, and it's been a long time since Cordell Stewart was doing that with the Pittsburgh Steelers, man. It just, teams don't do it.
So I asked Brock this, I asked Lyle Amora, I asked Colin earlier, I'll ask you as well. Do you think the Seahawks' next franchise quarterback, and I'm talking about the next guy on this team who will win multiple playoff games and be considered a franchise quarterback, however you choose to define that, do you think they're currently on this roster?
I think that the fact that there's a pause there probably is not great in terms of the confidence. But I think they can win playoff games with Sam Darnold. I do. I think Sam's good enough to do that. I think they put the right things in place around him, continue to build up. I mean, I don't think what he did last year was a fluke. I know the way it ended was not what anybody wanted to see. But I still think the ability's in there for him to do that. Now, I also have always talked about the confetti test. And that is, if you have a quarterback on your roster that you can imagine the confetti falling on him, I don't know that they have that guy.
I thought that was Klatt's line. You stole that from him.
Such a thief. He's such a thief.
And just to be clear,
this is what he does. He gets me about 4 Diet Cokes deep, and then next thing you know, he's stealing all my stuff.
And Milroe doesn't enter into that for you. You don't see him as a potential franchise guy eventually.
I don't. I just think there's so much distance to travel in the pass game. But I mean, hey, let's let's see where it all goes. I know there's a lot of raw stuff in there, a lot of ability in there, but it's just, to me, there's a lot of assembly required.
All right, so let me follow up on it, because we did have an interesting conversation with Jordan Palmer, and one of the phrases he used, which I kind of liked, was he said we would be able to judge Milroe by how well he puts the ball in play. Essentially saying, we know he's going to make plays. Like, if he's in the game, he'll make some big plays because he's just so explosive and running, etc. Splash plays, the highlight reel will be awesome. But how well does he essentially function as a game manager, as a point guard, getting the ball to other people and allowing them to make plays without taking a sack, without, missing them by, 30 yards, whatever. If it feels to me anyway from the outside like that's something you could teach somebody, to just be a decent game manager and to just like do the little plays, because the big ones are going to come. If he could do that, couldn't he become something of a franchise quarterback?
I would argue that that's probably the hardest thing to do.
Interesting.
The exact opposite is being efficient and not going big game hunting and taking what's there and being patient. I think that's the more rare trait that you'll see. There's a lot of guys that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. It's just, to use that baseball analogy that I think Jordan was going for, it's the guys that are just constantly putting the ball in play and moving the line. That's, I think that's one of the harder things to do. It's one of the reasons why Brock Purdy was missed by the entire league, because the entire league was looking for the reel of the splash plays and they didn't exist. It turns out the guy was just playing point guard and doing the efficient, easy things consistently really, really well. And that's why he's had the success that he's had.
I got called out appropriately yesterday or Monday by one of our peers, because I am known at OTAs to have Brady Henderson next to me, and Brady's got the roster, and instead of putting my readers on in front of everybody, I'll ask him, hey, who's number 65? Hey, who's this, who's that?
Nice.
Yeah, it's a vanity issue for me, and hopefully I'll get over it. But if Daniel Jeremiah were with me and Brady out at OTAs, the first OTAs for the Seahawks, where would your eyes be, DJ? Where would you want to watch this team, this roster, these acquisitions, both through this draft and people they've added, obviously, quarterback and wide receiver?
Well, for me, if you're looking at the whole team being out there, I don't really get anything out of watching the trenches in these mini camps, because it's just not, you're not padded up. There's nothing full speed. I just don't think you're going to get anything out of that. I want to see how they're going to utilize Cooper Kupp versus Jackson Smith and Jigba. I want to see kind of how they carve out, because they're very similar players. They do a lot of the same things really, really well. So how do they complement each other, and how are they going to use those two guys? That's probably where my eyes would go first and foremost.
That's good. Can I sneak a question? Because we're starting to see some moves. And by the way, John Schneider told us, like in the acquisition phase, there's free agency. They were quiet in, obviously, with big money.
Yeah.
There was the draft, which they were very active with 11 guys that we're all loving. And then there's this phase right now that we're seeing as we see Pickens get traded. We see Gabe Davis get released. This other acquisition phase with salary cap moves. Is there a corner out there? The Seahawks did not get that in this draft. It just did not fall that way, especially in the third round where they like some guys. Is there a corner possible salary cap? They got a lot of money, can make some moves here. Is there anything that you'd like to see added, if not corner? Receiver Gabe Davis just gets released as well. Do you see a move or two possible?
I mean, everybody's been talking about Jair Alexander, pre-draft. I mean, that was kind of the big name at that position that you could see, get pried out of Green Bay. So that would be the one that just comes, completely top of mind. I think we are going to see other moves. It's been very quiet on a guy like Bryce Huff, who did not really fit for the Eagles. It just didn't make sense, but he's still on that roster. I think it's one of those guys that, as an edge rusher, that I think they have to wait till June. Mm-hmm. But that, to your point, there's a lot more moves that are coming. And so at the corner position, off the top of my head, that Jair is the only one that comes right to top of mind. Usually, teams are not looking to discard any talent at that position at this point in time, but that's one that you have heard.
Padres are only half a game back, huh?
Oh, we're right there, man. We just got Merrill back yesterday.
Did you watch our Mariners? They're going for their 9th straight series.
You guys have an offense now. What happened?
Huh? Putting the ball in play. Just like Jalen Milroe.
Not striking out like they normally do.
Just put the ball in play, DJ. It's that simple. In baseball and quarterbacking, just put the ball in play.
Who
And like
would
with
have-
you, we just tee it up for you too. Just put the ball and play with
you
DJ
guys
and
are
let
the
you go,
best.
man. Seriously,
I hate
what
that
can we
I
thank
hate
you?
that this is coming to an end.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Well, we'll negotiate about maybe the season again.
Yeah, no one said it was over forever. Just sort of this run of draft conversations.
Right.
I will say, I know Brock wants to say thank you, but I will as well. Just thank you so much. This was awesome. Enlightening every single week. Tremendous content for our listeners. Educational, certainly for me, and I know for Lyle and Maura. We've really enjoyed this. So thank you so much. This has been awesome.
Well, I enjoy both you guys. I enjoy your company. I feel like I learned a lot through this whole process, including how to pronounce your name. So that was
that was good.
Was the most exciting.
That was key. Thanks, DJ. Appreciate that. Glad to be educational here on the show. All right. It's going to be kind of a little weird day. We're moving some stuff around. I'll give you guys some details coming up in a few. But before we do that, and coming up next, I've lived here now for 16 years. I've heard a lot, probably too much about one thing, but I haven't heard enough about its cousin, which I think might be more relevant to today. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Even the guys that, if you look at their average and go, ugh, not off to a good start, look at the on base. This team has been outstanding at working the pitcher, at taking walks. You look at Randy Arozarena, for instance. He's had huge hits. He's had some big moments that have been game-winning moments, but overall, he's not hitting that well. He's hitting 208, but he's got a 359 on base.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Baseball's back. It's time your yard stepped up to the plate. Synthetic Turf Northwest is Seattle's go-to for pro-quality turf. Perfect for backyard batting cages, putting greens, or just a mud-free play zone for the whole family. We install the best, we supply the best. And we're local-based in Woodinville with a new Fife location coming soon next to Sportco. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com, where the grass is always greener.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I've heard a lot about one thing, Brock, but not about its cousin. And so I might need your help here. Would you be willing to help me out?
I think so. I'm a familial guy.
I don't think Lyle or Mora are the right people to help me on this.
Mm-hmm.
Lyle because of his birth date and Mora because of her birth region.
Mm-hmm.
So I could use a little help from you or from the people. Is this what 2001 was like? Because in the 16 years I've lived here in Seattle, I've heard, stop me, a lot about 1995.
Oh, little Joey Cora.
I've heard a lot about 1995.
Oh, look at little Joey
right?
Cora.
We all have. Lyle, you weren't even born yet. Maura, you and I were living in the Northeast. Brock, you were here. But I've heard a lot about 1995. Who could forget Jay Buhner, Ken Griffey Jr.? Don't forget. Like, I know the story.
Yes.
Little Joey Cora running out from the dugout. Like, they were down this many games, and they came back.
A lot of the security codes were 1995.
Sure were.
For a long time.
I've been hearing about 1995 since 2009 when I got here. So it's been I know it. I wasn't here. I didn't care at the time. I didn't pay any attention, but I know the story. I'm very well versed in 1995 lore.
Do you know who Edgar hit the double off?
I don't. No.
Jack McDowell.
Okay. Yes. All right. Yes. All right.
Viking power.
When I say I know a lot about it,
the class of '95.
When I say I know a lot about it, I mean I ignore most of it, but I've heard a little bit. I retain some of it. Okay. So I know about 1995.
Yep.
This doesn't feel like that. I don't think there's any comp to be made. Is this at all what 2001 felt like? And the reason I ask, and it's so freaking early, it's only May, what is it today, May 8th? I mean, like, it's too early to say, compare them to the most winning baseball team of all time, but I wasn't here. I don't feel like I know the story as well. I know that team had some talent in the lineup, but no one really knew it at the time, right? They had Ichiro, but he was a rookie, and nobody really knew about him yet, and A-Rod had just left. The pitching staff was essentially a collection of spare parts, right, that had kind of come together, and they just kept finding ways to win. And they were winning, and they were winning, and they were winning. I know that was a flawed team, right, going into the season. I know there was a lot of concern, I think both in and outside the organization, that they weren't going to have enough offense. They weren't going to have enough pitching. Maybe they knew the back end of the bullpen was going to be good enough, and they liked it. But other than that, much like this team, they had been good for a couple of years leading up to it, but disappointing, right? Not quite achieving as far as they were supposed to. Is this at all reminiscent to 2001?
Oh, so 2001, 95, I graduate from Puyallup High School. I then go on to the University of Washington. I then am a Seattle Seahawk in 99, 2000, and yes, in 2001 in that town.
So you were here.
I was there, and the Seahawks were like second to third fiddle.
Right.
Like it was. We were. The stadium was being built. We were renting in Husky Stadium. It was all Mariners. I mean, the year before in 2000, A-Rod had over a 10 WAR. He was over a 10 WAR player. He was a superstar, and then he leaves. So what is 2001 going to look like? It was. I went back and looked. I mean, it was a collection of a lot of veteran guys. And I do think about that team and Pat Gillick, the GM then, and just kind of assembled with Lou veterans, kind of like George Karl did with the Seattle Sonics in that era. They just really leaned into veteran players.
Yes, it was a veteran team.
Do you think of this team as a veteran team? Do you think of this Mariner? I don't. Cal Raleigh's young. Pitching staff is young.
Agreed.
Julio is young.
Yep.
Like that is where I think the biggest chasm for me. I mean, this is Al Martin. This is Mark McLemore. This is an older Edgar, an older Cameron, David Bell. I mean, Carlos Guillen. Like this, John Olerud, Danny Wilson. This was a sage veteran team that was going to say, "Listen, we are better. The sum of all these veteran parts are better than the 10 WAR guy that took $300 million in Texas."
Yeah, so I understand that, and the comp is not exact. Right. Obviously, their teams aren't built the same way or anything like that. And whereas this team was built anyway, it hasn't necessarily gone that way, but was built on the strength of its staff. Mm-hmm. That team was kind of built on the strength of its lineup, probably more than its like.
100%.
I know. I guess I don't mean but
you just mean the belief. That's
comp.
What you're talking about. Yeah, because of the last time. And why do you bring that up? It's the last time a team won 9 straight series. Now I think they went on to win what, like 17.
Right. I mean, they're one of the best teams of all time.
Yeah.
To comp them right now, obviously, is a little silly.
But to be in second place,
just
only
kind
to
of
them.
The feeling.
Yes.
Just kind of the feeling of like, oh, you're going to lose a game, no big deal. You win the next 2. Yep. Oh, this one's you're gonna get down 5-0, no big deal. You just come back and win 6-5. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're down a run in the 9th, well, no big deal. Mason Miller won't be in there, and you'll just find a way to win. Oh, you've made a couple of odd, decision-making choices over the course of the game. No big deal. Somebody's just going to find a way past it. Oh, the best pitcher on your staff, Brian Wu, is going to give up 5 runs in 4 innings. Yeah. Oh, that's fine. Everyone else just won't give up a run for the rest of the game. Oh, it just kind of has that vibe of like, oh, Logan Gilbert's hurt, George Kirby's hurt. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Logan Evans is going to come in and be good enough.
Yeah.
Which is a feeling that's very unfamiliar in recent seasons.
Well, it is, which is why I'm kind of asking about it and whether or not maybe it's a confidence element that I'm referring to with 2001. I mean, look, 1995, from everything I know, didn't really get going till the end.
Correct.
Right? I mean, it
10
wasn't
games in August.
Right.
So,
I mean, the story of the 95 team is of frustration and then salvation at the end. 2001 wasn't that. They started off red hot. They just destroyed everything in their path. Mm-hmm. So this isn't exactly the same, but doesn't it? I don't know. It seems to me anyway to be more similar to that archetype than maybe the 1995 version.
I think, again.
Which is good, because it means we won't hear about 1995 for the next 4 months.
And I think that 01 version, as you just look at the numbers, again, there is a similarity. And the only way you win 9 series in a row, 17 series in a row, is you get contributions from everybody, right? When that Oakland A's pitcher misses, he misses in the one spot you don't miss against Rowdy Tellez.
Mm-hmm.
Go look at his heat map and his heat chart. Do not miss in, and especially down and in, because that dude will bury that ball and make a game-turning play. right? I mean, you will get contributions from everybody, and that's what that team did. My goodness gracious. I mean, look at the WAR numbers of those guys. Every one of them, even your bench player, McLemore was a 3.5 WAR. Stan Javier
it's unbelievable.
was almost a 3 WAR. Edgar was 5. Ichiro was 7.7. Mike Cameron was 5.9. David Bell was 3.3. Guillen 3.3. Brett Boone 8.8. John Olerud 5.2. I mean, it's just absurd.
Right.
Absurd.
But
right
I
now,
think what's interesting, and this is why I'm making the comp, because I got this 509. There is no comp beyond being the same organization. Move on. All right. You know what?
How do you know that tone on the text story?
How can you not?
You have such a gift in reading that text
I really
story.
do. Thank you.
It's like sign language. You can close your eyes and just envision that text story.
No, it's not hard to do, especially when it's from the 509. And I guess what I would say is, I think there is. And the biggest comp for me is the expectation level of the team compared to how quickly they gelled into something much better than that. Look, if this team had been expected to win 110 games, even 95 games, you'd be like, all right, well, they're doing it. This team, guys, we all sat here together and we're like, I don't know, 84, 85, maybe, we're kind of buying in a little bit, 87. And look, it's a long way to go, and injuries and ups and downs. I have no idea. This team may still only win 85 games. Who the heck knows? But the way they're playing right now, it sure feels very, very, very different. So I do think that there is a comp in that people not just outside but inside the organization, I think had their question marks about both of these teams. And now you're watching them go out and beat those expectations, which is awesome.
So tie it back to 95 for me.
I can't. I'm not going to.
No. Little Leo Rivas.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Like little Joey Cora.
No, I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to do that?
I'll just do this. And because one of the first texts we got said that the park was jumping every day in 2001. Correct. And Brock, you were here. You said they were the kings of the town.
Banging it out every night.
So I will only leave it with this. Tyler and Pocatello saying, Salk, you need to tell people to buy their tickets for this weekend's game. I've noticed T-Mobile's not very packed lately. It's the mass migration event. We don't want a home game for the Blue Jays. Here's the only thing I know. I don't think you're going to get a Blue Jays home game. I think what's going on in the world and everything else, I don't think you're going to see a lot of Canadians at the game this weekend. But as for the first part of it, yeah. I mean, this team is right now certainly deserving of everybody's support on a weekend series here against a Toronto team that's not that good, but kind of fun and interesting. And then the Yankees, who should be as despised as anything in the entire world. So if there's a homestand to go attend, this would be the one. And go see this team now while they're scoring essentially 5-6 runs a game over the last couple of weeks. So we'll be right back. We got a lot more to discuss, Brock. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Little Joey Cora.
Rowdy Tellez, 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it.
Make it 9 straight series wins for baseball's hottest team.
This is what winning teams do.
Incredible comeback again from this group.
At bat by at bat, they find a way.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners are back home in the first of 3 against the Blue Jays, with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile beginning at 2 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. And every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
Looking for Mother's Day weekend plans? Well, take Mom out to T-Mobile Park for an unforgettable day of Mariners baseball. The team is squaring off in a 3-game series Friday through Sunday, and as a part of the festivities on Mother's Day, the first 10,000 moms will head home with a brand new clear structured purse, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. A Mariners game is the perfect place to celebrate with Mom and the whole family. Lock in your seats today at mariners.com/tickets.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey Cougs, Michael Bumpus here, inviting all WSU alumni and friends to the Cougs First Show and Career Expo, Friday, May 9th at the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue. For education, networking, jobs, and Cougs swag. It's free to attend and all are welcome. Register at cougsfirst.org.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's never in doubt, Brock. Even all day yesterday, you knew the Mariners are going to win that game, right? They got themselves down 5, and there is a chaotic element to this team, and they just find a way. No big deal. You get a run early to make it 5-1, and then you score 3 when Rowdy Tellez goes yard, and then you just wait for, the new guy, Leotis Taveras.
Murdoch from the stretch, checks the runner, and the next offer on the way, and a swing and a ground ball through the left side of the infield. Mastrobone running third, being waved in. Up with the ball is Brown. The throw will go into second. Welcome to Seattle. Leotis Taveras has just tied this game at 5-5 here in the top of the 8th inning.
Yeah, and then, of course, Dylan Moore would drive him in.
Here's the pitch on the way, swinging a drive. Deep into the gap in right center field by Moore. And this one is going to go all the way to the track to the wall. Taveras rounding third, being waved in. He scores. Dylan Moore in at second, standing up with a 2-out RBI double.
Unbelievable, man. Just no big deal. Munoz perfect in actual save situations that don't involve fake runners. And he closes it out, and you win again. Win another series, 9 in a row.
Believe it or not, Salk, believe it or not, you know what I don't love? I don't love mirrors in the gym or weight room. I really don't. It may surprise you, but I really don't.
It is surprising, considering how much you enjoy your body. And
so I'm on the treadmill yesterday,
and
I'm watching the Mariners. And, thankfully, could watch the Mariners and not look in the mirror at this awkward, Steven Seagal running form that I had on the treadmill. And I said to myself, after little Dylan Moore got to second base when the pitcher was tying his shoelace, I said, if he comes around and scores, the whole tenor of this game could change. Honestly, I was breathing very heavily at that point, but I was thinking, that dude's tying his shoe. What a heads-up play. And then all of a sudden, Mastrobone gets on, and he steals a base a little bit later. And obviously, the Tellez blast was the big one, but it's the little things. Taking the little things, taking advantage of your opponent, and in this 9-series winning stretch, it's exactly what they have done time and time again.
It is funny. I mean, it is the little things, but it's also
the bomb.
Hitting a 3-run home run, which accounts for half of your runs on the day. So anyway, Mariners get to 22-14. They've won 9 straight for the first time in 24 years. Third best start through 36 games in franchise history. Obviously, they're playing good baseball in a lot of different ways. And, you want to hear from Brian Wu? He's excited.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. Tons of fun, obviously, when you win ball games. But just the way that we're playing complete baseball. Pitchers, especially starters. I mean, I threw the ball great yesterday, but I think the rest of us, on days that we're not as good, they pick us up. And then, when maybe they aren't scoring as many runs, we try to pick them up. And but it's just full team baseball, and it's that's the most fun you can have.
Well said. Well said. They get a day off today. Blue Jays in town this weekend. Then the Yankees. And as we said earlier, it doesn't sound like there's going to be a traditional Toronto, Vancouver Canadian invasion. So good opportunity to get over to the ballpark.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Talking about this for a little while, Brock, but Jeremy Fowler and Brady Henderson yesterday reporting that it does look like things are getting a little closer between Shaquille Griffin and the Seahawks.
Yeah, and I think that is a good thing. They need a veteran there. I think this is probably, my read on this is just dollars and cents. And Shaq Griffin's agent and looking at the market and going, there's still a market for us and other teams. And by the way, you got a lot of cap space. Like, you got a lot of money to take care of us. And the Seahawks saying, yeah, you're a veteran guy and you're on the market in this third wave for a reason. And, here's our number that we're comfortable with because we do have still X, Y, and Z in our own organization we like to resign. So eventually, hopefully the money gets done. I'd like to see that happen as phase 3 gets going here. Right, when they actually get on the field as a veteran guy to learn this defense and this scheme and your new teammates. So hopefully that happens here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I would think it will, and you obviously need some depth at the cornerback spot. Also, the team yesterday making it official, Jonathan Hankins is back. That, of course, had been reported last week.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Maybe we can go into some greater depth a little bit later, Brock, but did ask both of our guests yesterday, the same question. Is the Seahawks' next franchise quarterback currently on the roster? And I think the answers we got were fairly similar, not exactly the same. Here's what Daniel Jeremiah said.
I think that the fact that there's a pause there probably is not great in terms of the confidence.
But I think they can win playoff games with Sam Darnold. I do. I think Sam's good enough to do that. I think they put the right things in place around him, continue to build up. I mean, I don't think what he did last year was a fluke. I know the way it ended was not what anybody wanted to see. But I still think the ability's in there for him to do that. Now, I also have always talked about the confetti test, and that is if you have a quarterback on your roster that you can imagine the confetti falling on him, I don't know that they have that guy.
Okay, so kind of an in-between answer, and Cowherd not that different.
I think Sam Darnold can win playoff games. I think the AFC is harder to win playoff games because the quarterbacks are better. So like Minnesota, and I think Seattle's roster is better than Minnesota's actually, they just don't have Justin Jefferson. I think Seattle's capable of winning multiple playoff games. I think Seattle can do it, the Rams can do it, Philly can do it, Detroit can do it, and that's about it. I have high hope.
And Washington can do it, obviously, as they did a year ago.
Sure.
And people liking what Chicago has done from a team build standpoint. So, these things tend to move pretty quickly in the NFL. A lot quicker than they do in the MLB and even the NBA. So, yeah, I think that was probably, if you played my answer, Salk, I think I had a similar pregnant pause to Daniel Jeremiah when you asked me that.
Because it's not obvious.
It isn't obvious. And the track record's been bumpy. And the peaks and valleys have been real. And, even the peak last year, it was like Mount Everest. We couldn't quite get there because the cloud cover, we couldn't get to the top. So, yeah, even the peak last year still had some of its concerns. So, good supporting cast around him. Going to take everybody. Going to take this run and play defense. And I disagree with Colin. It is going to take an elite defense, right? That's how this thing is built. That's where the resources are being spent. That's where your head coach is at his very best and what he knows and his baby. And I think an elite defense will go a long way to winning playoff
I tend to agree with that. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Here's the thing, Maura. We got a pretty solid list here. I was looking at it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good batch.
You feel pretty good about
still lots of Lyle's dominating. Here's the thing still.
Jeez.
Lots of opinions on Lyle and what Lyle knows and doesn't know.
Lyle's very popular.
People coming at the king.
Well, and then we learned even a little bit more. Lyle had a big day yesterday, so we'll that won't be addressed till later in the show. But it was kind of a big day.
How did you feel about that, by the way?
That's a great question. I don't want to address it yet. I think we've got to wait a little while. I want to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of time to discuss. But yeah, I think that Brock, you ask a very good question. I know you get paid to do that, and I'll answer that later.
A part of you that felt like the bride or groom at the wedding that I went to, where some knucklehead engaged to his girl at the reception. Like you don't do that. We don't do that here.
No, I understand the comp. So we'll get to that a little bit later. We've got some time now, Brock. I wrote last night, and I would like to reconsider and make a pledge. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but I feel like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, I kind of had an NFL, it's personal list, so that's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, Mike Salk here, and the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan is awesome. Why? Well, a lot of reasons, but the biggest is it just works. It just works. If you need to lose weight, this plan works. It's why I've done it, and it's been incredibly successful for not just me. Ryan Roland Smith has done it. He's lost 30 pounds. Plenty of other folks around the area. Thousands of people here in the Northwest have made this happen as well, starting by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. There's a lot of reasons why. For me, it's that the plan's pretty easy. It's good food. It tastes good. You're not hungry the whole time. It adapts to your lifestyle, and it's all real food, too. So you're just buying it at the grocery store and then cooking it at home. There's nothing fake about it. There's no pills. There's no injections. It's totally safe. So it works. You got to schedule a little phone consult. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Just see if it's right for you. Again, go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Saturday night, June 14th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at EmeraldQueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, June 14th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit EmeraldQueen.com.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. Forward, if you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Spend a few minutes on this at 6 o'clock, but let's go into a little bit more detail, Brock. I would like to reconsider my position on the importance of contact and the negative effect of strikeouts on an offense. I would like permission to reconsider my opinion, and I wrote about this last night. I hope you guys have a few minutes to read it at seattlesports.com. I try not to overly promote everything I do because some of it's better than other stuff, to be perfectly honest. But this is good. Like, I actually came away from this being like, all right, I feel like I did a good job with this. Happy with the writing. I'm happy with the point of view. I think it kind of is a little bit more nuanced than maybe we can even give it here in 15 minutes, because this is not a return to small ball of the 80s conversation. I think that goes too far. But I am trying to avoid some of the, let's call it, ideological entrenchment that left the Goose Gossages of the world so angry, right, in the 2000s about what was changing in the game, and they could not see that teams had figured out a better way to win. They had figured out something new. And I don't want to be left behind like that. I don't want to be Goose Gossaged. I think that would be a horrible thing. And so I think in order to avoid it, and it's harder to do in your late 40s than it is in your 20s, you've got to be open to, new ideas, evolution, etc. And clearly, I think there is some of that happening in baseball right now.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be very guarded. I'm not going to be, celebratory in any way. I appreciate your pledge and where your heart is coming from on this. I read the whole article last night. I really enjoyed it. I shot you a little note that I do honestly think one of your great strengths is also as a writer. And I thought you kind of laid the whole thing out and added some context with history that I think is important to this. While nuanced, I think having some of that historical context certainly helped me absorb it more.
So the way I view it, and I'll kind of run through it, but honestly, I do hope you guys could read it, because it's a little bit better when you have like the full thing laid out. And I know we live in a fast society where you just got to consume everything in 30 seconds, but this is a little bit more. That's not baseball. Baseball's not 30 seconds. Baseball's complex. And so I kind of viewed it starting in the 80s. Look, the 80s were, get them on, get them over, get them out, get them in, right? Get your leadoff guy on, who's the fastest guy in your team, and let him steal or then bunt him, because your number 2 guy is Brett Butler and he can bunt and he can the 2-hitter can handle the bat. He's usually a second baseman. He's not necessarily a good hitter, but he can handle the bat. And then the 3-hitter is your best hitter, and the 4-hitter clubs a home run. And that was the old days. That was the 80s.
And by the way, in that era as well, I would add a little chunk from the Kingdome to Kauffman Stadium to Three Rivers to Riverfront. They were all played on cement.
Right.
The AstroTurf,
a lot of them were, yeah.
The AstroTurf of that era.
Yeah. Certainly helped that.
Yes, it did.
That's a great point. And then, Moneyball comes around, and steroids too, but especially Moneyball. And people are like, wait a minute, we can do this better. We can do this better. Like 3 true outcome hitters, hit home runs, walk, and strike out. And what they were doing was essentially taking advantage, I think, of the weakest part of every team, which was their relief pitching. There just weren't enough good pitchers. There are a lot of great starters, but if you could get them out of the game early, before you got to the good closers, you could destroy the mental nobodies who were relievers. They were bad.
Relievers of that era were known as bad starters.
They were bad.
Like
they were
DBs are
starters.
known as bad receivers.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Right. There was just kind of this. Yeah, just get to their bullpen, get to their relievers, because they're the, there wasn't a lot of pride. There wasn't they were bad. There were in closers, but in between was pretty soft.
So that was essentially the name of the game for years. And it's why, Brock, I've always sort of been a fan of the 3 true outcome thing, because I think the home runs obviously help. The walks obviously help double, because not only do you get on base, but you drive up that pitch count. And the strikeouts, they're not great, but they're better than a 1-pitch ground out, because at least you're working on the pitch count and driving guys out, et cetera. Well, the game changes. The game has changed since then in a lot of ways. Relievers are filthy. Every team has 15 of them, and all of them throw 112 miles an hour. And watch, Rob Friedman pitching ninja. Like, every team has one nasty son of a gun after another. They're unbelievable. So, A, pitching changes. B, and people may disagree with this, I think the defense has changed a little bit. I've thrown this theory out to some people in the game, and they will say, Mike, you're kind of crazy on this. Defense is better. There's so many great defenders in the game. And they're probably right. What I see with my eyes, and maybe you would agree, Brock, is that for years, guys didn't have to be smart baseball players, especially in the field. And I'm finding that if you put a little pressure on them and force them to make a decision, they haven't made enough of them coming up through the minors, and they're not really sure what to do. So you call it defense, you could call it mental preparation. I don't know what you want to call it. But when you take the game to them, when they're in the field, I'm noticing a lot of mistakes.
There wasn't for a lot of years. There was not much game in the field.
That's what I mean.
It was home run, strikeout, or walk. So that pride in being an unbelievable Aussie, shortstop, that you hang your hat on being like a prideful, great defender, Ozzie Smith,
not just a great defender, but a smart defender. Because I think they're right. Look, there's a lot of really good athletic defenders in the game. The range is quantifiably better. Like, I get all of that, and then they know where to line them up in better positions, etc. But that's not the mental side of the game. That's not thinking through situations and what do I do and some of the complexities, because for years nobody took the game to them. So, all of those things sort of change some of my view on the game. And I just read you the quote from here. I said, I'm not ready to fully recommit to 80s baseball. I think small ball still is kind of going to be tough for me. There's just too much evidence that walks and home runs are important. And you're watching the Mariners win right now. They're number 1 in the leagues in walks and on base percentage, and number 4 in home runs. So if you want the number 1 reason the Mariners offense is better right now, it's walks and home runs. But I think I need to recognize that that's not the only reason. Strikeouts are got to be more than just the necessary evil. They are winning in part because they're not striking out as much. The environment has shifted, and so must some of the strategy. So, Brock, that's where I'll get to my pledge for you today.
Are you going to get rid of your 3-outcome tattoo on your hip?
I might, on my hip. You call it the hip. I would say it's a little.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. I pledge today, Lyle, Mora, please hold me accountable. I pledge to stop defending strikeouts. I pledge to stop defending strikeouts. I pledge to be open to a more aggressive style. I'm not going to pledge to be okay with bunts all the time, and certainly watching ones like Polanco's the other day is going to drive me a little crazy, because I don't know that giving up, your one precious resource in order to move 90 feet is always a good idea. I do believe, and I'm not going to change my view, that walks and home runs are about as important as anything, and still more important than strikeouts. You can live with some strikeouts if you're taking your walks and hitting your home runs. But I'm going to be open to players who have other strengths as well. And I think clearly watching Leo Rivas, watching Master Boney, watching Dylan Moore, all of those things are incredibly important to today's game.
Yep. Okay.
Well, I love would you like to hear some of the response?
From the 509 or the 206 or the 425.
Oh, man. It's just great.
Start with the 206s. Maybe
okay.
Those would be a little.
Only Salk would need to create a larger paradigm shift to admit he was wrong. People are great. I just love you all. I
Brock,
really
before
do.
you came on, I also brought up, because he thought someone was being rude, and in assessing his take, I was like, well, you did also preface it by telling us that you've just been waiting for a really long time for anyone to give you the argument.
Right. Well, I'm a little disappointed, Brock, in you and everybody else. I am. I will tell you, I am a little disappointed in everyone. For years, while I was making this strikeouts argument that they didn't matter, I was waiting for some great debater out there to just say, Mike, how can you look at and be excited about pitcher strikeouts but not care about hitter strikeouts? And no one ever did, because I had no response.
But isn't it like anything, like in the NFL, when defenses get better and then offenses adjust, like the hitters have to adjust, right? You can't just be like, oh, pitchers are amazing now, so we strike out all the time.
Yes, 100%.
That's right, Maura.
Yeah, but look, sometimes
Maura,
it's hard
Maura,
to get out of set
ago?
ways.
Maura, where was that 2 years ago?
Well, that's why I didn't make that argument, because I didn't think it was an argument.
It was just understood.
Yeah. I don't know. There's more in here. There's a lot, but I'm not going to get too deep into a lot of the.
Well, 206 says I did say that, you ding dong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I said that. I said it.
You know what I think it comes back to for me, and again, what I'm looking forward to sharing with you and Maura and Lyle and all of you that listen, and we love all of you guys out there, is some of the things that I think will be through coaching and actually doing. I remember Matt Hasselbeck saying this, that Holmgren really challenged him to coach, like in the summer. Go coach. Because they were just button heads, and it was not a real healthy deal. And Matt would tell you, like, he went and like coached at some camps and was like, oh, okay, now I'm seeing it from the other side. Now the paradigm has shifted a little bit. Now I do have a little more understanding on the other side. Like jumping into coaching, I'm excited about what, these beliefs for 20 years have been solidified in my mind. Are they really as solid on the other side? Because one of the real core beliefs and tenets, and I talked to you about this, in baseball was, man, pressure your opponent. I love teams in basketball that press. Like Haley and Macy's my favorite team that they'd ever been on in their whole life, their state championship team out here. They just pressed, and you could feel it.
Yeah, the pressure.
The pressure they put on made the other team press and took them so out of their game. One of my favorite college basketball teams was Nolan Richardson's 40 Minutes of Hell. Those guys, like, you go in their gym, right? And it was like, and you just knew you're going to be pressurized. Playing an opponent in football, Salk, I don't think I could ever, if I were a head coach or part of a staff, say, oh, yeah, play Tampa 2, play some soft quarters, just give up completions, just bend, but we're not going to break. No, man. We're going to press, and we're going to come at you, and we're going to try to pressurize you. And I felt like, some of this 3 outcome just doesn't pressurize that opponent.
Now, it pressurizes the pitcher.
Yes, it does.
It really does. That patience element absolutely pressurizes the pitcher.
Yes, it does. That is fair. And at any time, if the guys are capable and have that ability to hit home runs, sure, that puts pressure on that pitcher. But it doesn't put much pressure on the 8 guys in the field.
That's right.
Right? And they don't have to make many plays. And strike out 10 times a game, that's almost half the time. They don't even have to contribute to anything defensive.
253 says, only in Salk's apology is everyone else at fault. Let me be clear. I'm not apologizing for anything. There's no apology.
No, you're just pledging.
I'm making a pledge about the future, and I'm explaining my thinking behind it.
Yes.
There's no apology here. Don't get it twisted.
I'm starting to understand when you say you and Heather never fight. She just doesn't have the energy. No. She's like, I'll let it go.
So
Heather and I agree on most things.
There's a lot of pledges in the house.
Yeah, because it's exhausting to listen to you argue your point.
What are you talking? Because it's well argued?
Now you did say, Salk, you did say, and we confronted Lyle about this, you did say if this team wins 95 games and wins a division and gets to a World Series, there are going to be some apologies.
There will be, yes. On everyone's behalf.
Absolutely.
Every single one in this room and almost everybody listening is going to have to apologize to somebody.
Yep.
People are either going to have to apologize to Dan, to Jerry, or to John. Like, someone's going to have to apologize to at least one or more of those 3 people, because they will either be winning by spending less, winning with Jerry's strategy, or winning with Dan and Edgar's view. You're going to have to apologize to one of those 3 people. Yeah. I know I will. I know you will for sure.
I'll be the bigger man.
I know everyone here. Lyle will.
Maura, will you apologize?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Lyle?
Then we'll have a real apology.
We'll
Lyle?
be in a good place, right?
Lyle?
Yes.
Didn't you guys ask me about this already?
Yes, and last time you were a little
squishy.
Yeah, you were a little iffy.
There will be some.
How are you feeling today?
There will be some apologies to be dealt out. Yes.
Oh,
that's what I said last time. Some. Yeah.
Nah, you were wishy-washy.
Well, again, there's.
You were wishy-washy.
Yeah, there's some.
All right. At the end of the day, I think what we're going to find out, and we'll talk to Kevin Seitzer tomorrow. 8:30 with Kevin Seitzer tomorrow, Mariners hitting coach. I think what we're going to find out is that all this is as simple as be aggressive early in the count and battle late.
That's right.
And that's really all they're doing.
Yep.
Everything else is sort of noise.
Still
it's just
elevating and separating, or separating and elevating.
Be aggressive early and battle late. And if you have a few minutes, go read the column. Maybe you'll be less annoyed. It's at seattlesports.com. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, question number 1. Let's start here with Colin Cowherd. He said something yesterday that I think we both perked up. What was that?
Yeah, it was the fact that this has been a whole lot more John Schneider in the driver's seat of the draft, and there's no longer a passenger like Pete that's chirping at him, and these drafts have looked different now that John's in control. I think it is cut number 11 here. Here was Colin speaking to some of that.
And I tend to be more critical of local teams because I don't want to be a homer, but I think their defensive, I think since John Snyder took over the drafts, he and Pete, it was a little bit of a wrestling match, and he threatened to go to Detroit. And Snyder's a top 4 or 5 personnel guy in the league. He just doesn't miss a lot. I mean, even the fullback draft pick, I didn't get it initially. And then I was talking to somebody in the league, and they're like, oh, no, this is how Snyder's going to use him. He gets Jalen Milroe. He gets the fullback. That's all red zone stuff for John. And I just think he drafts well, and I think it takes about 2 bad drafts or 2 good drafts to change your roster.
And let's hope this is 2 or 3 good drafts in a row, with Spoon and JSN and Byron Murphy taking a step, and all of these guys contributing this year. 2 things jump out. Number one, isn't it Schneider? Not Snyder. Schneider.
I think it is, yeah.
Okay.
Cowherd's always done that.
I know. I'll talk to him.
There's a lot of things Cowherd always does. One of them is always make it Pete's fault.
Yes. Secondly, it was Green Bay that the flirtation was with, if my mind is right. Maybe he had inside information and it was Detroit, but I seem to remember contract time and everything. It was a little bit more of a pull and allure to go back home to Wisconsin and Green Bay and be the GM, and there was something real to that. But I do think, and it's not just moving Pete out of the way, as we talked about during, through, and after the draft, Salk, and I'll double down on it again with continued conversations I have with people around there, that Mike Macdonald is a disruptor and Mike Macdonald's a processor. And those traits have been very beneficial to the whole personnel department, knowing exactly the kind of groceries he wants.
Thought about going to Detroit, huh?
No, I think it was Green Bay.
That's what I thought, but he threw that Detroit thing in there, and I was like, really? Detroit? I don't remember that. John doesn't miss often? Sometimes.
There's some bad drafts, and there's some good drafts.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't know. I appreciate Colin. I don't know whether I'm going to be taking that word as as being gospel or anything like that. Question number 2. Let's go to our friend Daniel Jeremiah. He mentioned the last 15 Jalen Milroe-like plans and schemes didn't materialize.
Yep.
Like who?
Yeah, so I was chatting with him yesterday, thanking him again for all the fun that we have had with him, and hopefully we'll have once again this football season, and when it kind of gets into full go mode in September. I said, hey, just top of mind. You said that to us yesterday. I kind of made the same point, I think, to Salk. I didn't say 15 guys, but who are some of those? And these names, as you rattle them off, you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. Terrell Pryor. Terrell Pryor was drafted. I mean, he was a freak athletically. And it's like, let's find a way, maybe a little receiver, but, have a package of 5 to 7 plays for him in the red zone, difference maker, size, great runner. Never materialized. One of the great runners in all of college football, Pat White. From a production standpoint, Pat White, that guy can really run. His zone read is amazing. We can use him in some of these situations. Dennis Dixon, the local guy out of Oregon who had go-go gadget arms and was a great runner, drafted Isaiah Stanback, an unbelievable athlete, right? And kind of in the mid-rounds as well. We can use him and all that size and all that strength, and right? So there were a bunch, and they never really did materialize. There is one, though. There is one. And now he was drafted in the 50s, not the 90s. And he turned that package into being a starter and a Super Bowl winner, and that's Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts originally, that was, hey, man, you're going to take him in the second round. You already got your quarterback. You got Carson Wentz. This guy's going to come in and just do some short yardage and some goal line and some red zone. And whoa, he took that and ran with it. So
I would argue there's kind of one more.
Oh, really?
Kind of. It's not exactly the same, because I don't know if there was just a little package, but there's one other guy that one team won with who did not fit the mold because he couldn't throw all that well, but he could run. And that's Tim Tebow. I mean, obviously there's a lot more to the Tim Tebow story than just that. He's a polarizing and complex figure, but they won a playoff game without his ability to throw the ball because they committed to what he could do. I know, there's zero chance.
Zero chance.
I know. All right. Question number 3.
But your family, but your house, but your
Did you send me a picture of some bald guy claiming that was Steve Sarkisian?
Huh?
What was that picture you sent with Sark? Is that Sark?
No, that is Pate, is Josh Pate.
Oh, okay, because I was looking, I was like,
the interviewer.
Did Sark lose all of his hair? What has happened?
No, Sark's holding on.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Sark's lost a lot of weight.
Well, I wasn't sure with the weight loss if all of his hair has fallen out also.
No.
What'd you learn from Sark?
This is pretty good, man. And I just mentioned about Mike Macdonald being a processor. And the great coordinators. And Steve Sarkisian is a great coordinator, and he's elevated Texas to heights. In back-to-back years, they had not been he was asked about play calling and what it's like being a head coach and a play caller on game day. I thought this was a pretty good window into the insights of it.
Imagine if you're sitting at home and for the next 4 hours, your wife asking you, what do you want to eat? Every 30 seconds.
Man, I don't know.
When you say, I don't know, that's called a delay a game. Every 30 seconds. You're making a decision every 30 seconds for the next 4 hours. And so what happens is when it's all said and done, there's this odd feeling of you're exhausted, but yet you're still amped up.
Yeah.
Like you have to find a way to get yourself to come back off of that because you're on. You're literally on for 4 straight hours.
You know what Pete could have never done? Bless his heart, and we'll chat with him next Wednesday. There is no way he could have been the head coach and defensive play caller
no way.
At the same time.
Not who he is.
Not who he is.
Agreed.
And not the way he's wired. I think we have learned in why there's a lot of failure, Salk, of coordinators and offensive coordinators who get elevated to head coach because you can't do both well. Sean McVay does. I think Kyle Shanahan's personality is a little iffy, but I think he's pretty darn good at it too. And you got a guy on the other side of the ball, Mike McDonald, that is able to compartmentalize and process and do those things. In his rookie year, as Pete said to us yesterday, it wasn't a Seahawks game he watched where it was like, he's overwhelmed. He's out of school. Mike McDonald kind of like Ben Williamson. Like you're not feeling that dude's overwhelmed at all in any moment, and that's
he did a pretty good job of that
year number 1
last year. All right, that is today's Blue 88. Good. What about Colin Kaepernick, package guy for a little while with Alex Smith that turned himself into a starting quarterback? I think you got to include that one. That one worked.
I think that's fair.
I think so. I would.
He was also like a 4-year starter.
I know, but you got to give credit there. You got to put, and he was a second-round pick, but. I think that would definitely fit this.
I think that's
and
fair.
then 509 says, well, a lot of that was 15 years ago before the NFL truly bought into a quarterback run game. And I think there's some validity to that as well. Like that's why this is interesting because there's not like one clear answer. But I think it is hard to say 5 or 6, 7 times a game you're going to take your quarterback out and bring in another guy. I think that's hard. I got others in here, man. People are unbelievable. We'll come back. We'll come back to some of this at 8:30. We got a little potpourri at 8:30. We had a guest cancel and some issues, so we'll do that at 8:30. I promise. Up next, we'll just let you guys make fun of us straight up. It's Here's the Thing, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
Rowdy Tellez, 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it.
Make it 9 straight series wins for baseball's hottest team.
This is what winning teams do. Incredible comeback again from this group.
At bat by at bat, they find a way.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners are back home in the first of 3 against the Blue Jays, with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile beginning at 2 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. And every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an
auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big number with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back. Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Don't miss the Mariners Mother's Day weekend 3-game series starting tomorrow, including a clear purse giveaway on Mother's Day for the first 10,000 moms, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then the action continues with a showdown against the Yankees Monday through Wednesday. Grab your tickets at mariners.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
It's already been quite the morning. I am sorry. We had promised Dan Wetzel at 8:30 today, and due to a little connection issue, we were taping it this morning. Couldn't make it work, so he will join us, I think, either tomorrow or next week. We got to figure out some details on that, so apologies. Kevin Seitzer will join us tomorrow at 8:30. Pete Carroll next Wednesday at 9 o'clock. That is confirmed with both Pete and his assistant. So, yes, next Wednesday at 9 o'clock with Pete.
I'll say this, so I'm getting these little vibes, these little Leo Rivas vibes, Ben Williamson vibes, little vibes that, an injury opens a door for somebody else. And, no Wetzel's opening the door for a real live scenario.
Yeah, this could be a great debate coming up in a half hour. Right now, though, let's hear what you guys have for us this week. Here's the thing.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, remember, these are easy. Download the Seattle Sports app, and then you can leave us a message for Here's the Thing. Let's see what the people have today. We'll start with Nick.
So here's the thing. Kyle, what's up with your interview style? You hold your microphone up like it's the heaviest thing in the world while you're asking a question, and then your wrist flops over as soon as you're done to let somebody answer whatever the question is. Awkward.
Well, I think that's Lyle, but okay.
Everybody's a critic. I don't know what to tell you.
Everyone is.
Watching your videos on repeat or something.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
Lyle, have
Do you do
thought
that?
about your mannerisms when you interview?
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, but like in the moment, like.
Sure.
Use a real microphone for all those? I thought all the kids used the little like lapel mics and just like hold them up and pass them back and
No,
forth.
we've got real microphones for this now.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, everybody's a critic.
Everyone is a critic. Not Jared. Jared loves Angie.
Here's the thing. Angie Mentink has been awesome on the broadcasts. I am learning so much about like players' swings in so many parts of the game that I never knew about before. And she's just an awesome teacher, like awesome at teaching the audience like new things that you never would have learned before. So greatly missing Sims and Blowers. Really was sad to see them go, but Angie has honestly done a fantastic job replacing them.
See, not everyone's a critic.
Yeah.
Jared's not a critic. He likes Angie.
I'd be really fascinated if you'd have done your pledge yesterday. How many of these Here's the Things?
This guy's got a critic. This guy's a critic.
So here's the thing, Mike. You want Lyle to know things, but really, you only want him to know the things you want him to know. Brock offers him, hey, what's a tree technique? You don't need to know that. No. Oh, no, don't worry about it. No one needs to know that. And then, it's like Brock offers up, hey, you should watch Silence of the Lambs. Great movie. No, you don't need to watch. No, don't watch that. No need to. So what is it, Mike? You actually want Lyle to know things and broaden his horizons, or actually, you only want him to become Mike Salk Jr. and know the things and like the things that Mike Salk likes and knows? Huh? What is it?
I do think everyone should be more like me. I think that's fair. Fair comment, yeah.
Somebody made a good point while you guys were out on Friday, and it was there used to only be 3 TV channels when you guys were growing up.
True.
So these things were on a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
People like me have to search this stuff out, and then you choose not to. There's a million
I
things
think
on
there's
TV.
an element of that, but also like your parents should have taught you some of these things.
We've told you most of these things we didn't watch, but we heard of.
We just heard about them because they were just part of culture. But yeah, everyone should be a little bit more like me.
But to be fair, Salk tells me all the time about things that he makes his kids watch or listen to, and I'm like, do they really want to listen to that?
They do, though. They like it.
Maybe.
Let me hear Danny.
What do you mean, maybe?
Let me
My
hear
kid, when they
Danny.
don't like something, believe me, they tell me. You want to hear what Danny says?
Challenge me. Come on.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Brock, I thought it'd be kind of a fun idea to do a live on air tongue twister. I'll go first. This is the first time I've done this. So Maura and Lyle, keep the dumb button safe. Master Boney is a bouncing baby boy. Master Boney is a bouncing baby boy. Master Boney is a bouncing baby boy. Okay, Brock, your turn. You can't practice. You just got to go. Go! Woo!
No.
Nope. Master Boney is a bouncing baby boy.
Yeah. Good job. You're fine. Let's just end it there. You did it. Good job, buddy. How dare you play into Brock's competitiveness? That's just not right.
You had a good steal yesterday, by the way. Again, home runs and little things.
Yeah.
All adding up.
Here's Brent.
Here's the thing. What has happened to Brad? Where is he? Did Maura file a restraining order against him finally? Did Maura's constant rejection of Brad's creepy advances finally send him over the edge? Let's get a welfare check on our little buddy.
I think it's a wellness check, but okay. Don't worry, Brad's here this week. Brent, here you go.
Here's the thing. I thought about the Lyle situation for a sec, and I think what's wrong is that Lyle's parents don't love him. My daughter knows all the bands and rappers I like. She just happens to hate them, but she knows about them. So this makes me think Lyle's parents just never talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks. Okay, I'm changing my stance. I feel so bad for Lyle. I'm sorry, dude. Sorry. And Lyle, I know your parents never told you this, but love you. And I'm not even going to say bye. I'm just going to say love you. Okay, Lyle? We all love you. Hug.
Oh, no, my parents are super cultured.
But they don't love you.
Sure, only my brother.
They love your brother?
I think so.
You think, is he the favorite?
Sure, let's go with that.
What do you mean, sure? Do
No,
you think
they don't.
is your brother the favorite?
No, they don't have favorites.
Oh, I think that's
Lyle,
not true.
come on.
Rock, Salk.
Well,
is that true?
so parents say, at least.
I'm sure that's what they say to the kid who's not their favorite.
Uh-huh.
I think it's usually the one that's most like the parent that's the favorite.
By the way, there was
Sometimes. It's not always true.
I'm not going to share too many details on this, Salt.
Yeah.
But there was another guy that was kind of a creeper for Mora, and I happened to run into him, and now every time I run into him, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. I know who that is. I've never run into him, but I know who that is.
It's just this creeper.
Yeah. It's tough knowing that info.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I just chose not to learn a lot of this stuff. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I think we've gotten this figured out. And I hate to give Brad the credit, but I think Brad's got this.
Listen, in all fairness to my parents and credit to my parents, they went to Cornell. So as you know, they were thrilled when their son went to Arizona State when all their friends went to actual schools.
No, Lyle, that's fine. Just go watch baseball. No, seriously, Lyle, just go outside.
Hello,
just go watch
Brock. What's happening? This is Bill Lumberg over at Walgreens. Yeah. We found your license plate here in what's left of our bush. I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in on Saturday to help replace it. So if you could be here around 9, that would be great. Okay?
Everything okay with that? Any update?
No update.
Yeah.
Ty drove yesterday.
Oh, good.
Gotta get him back in the saddle.
Yeah, that's important.
First time Molly was in the car when he drove too. Brake. You could use a brake.
Brakes. One last one.
Here's the thing. Unless I'm still in the penalty box for poking a little fun at Mike Sox hockey playing, I didn't realize I was off limits for Pete's sake. I'm old. I'm slow to understand things. Anyhow, I decided to read Mike Sock's latest sports article while I was on the old commode this morning, because that's where these types of things ought to take place. And let me tell you something. Not a bad article, young man. Reasonably well thought out and articulated. Not too many big words. Ideologically entrenched, for crying out loud. Anyhow, if I have one slight complaint, it's the length of the article. What are you, the Leo Tolstoy of sports writing? It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Great koogly moogly, it took me 40 minutes to read that thing. I started on the commode, my legs fell asleep. I'm still on the commode, waiting for emergency personnel to recover me. So here's 2 words for you, Sock. Brevity and eschew. As in, don't eschew brevity. Anyhow, you sons of bucks, adios until next time. That is, unless the long fingers of justice have deleted me once again.
Oh, no, the long fingers of justice. The sound hound. Oh, my gosh. All right, I'm sorry,
the one
Zane.
that I accidentally cut off half of it one
Yeah.
week, and then I didn't get him in last week, so he thought
true.
he was in trouble with
No,
a band or something.
no, Zane, you're just fine, buddy. All right. Well, there you go. Thank you, everyone. What a wild ride, as always. Here's the thing. Go download the Seattle Sports app, and you, too, can leave us funny messages just like those. And we play them every Thursday at 8 o'clock. All right, no Dan Wetzel, but in 20 minutes... Yeah, Brock, you're calling it a scenario. I hadn't originally thought of it that way, but once you brought it up, now I think you're really onto something, and it's a great debate that I think we'll have to have, and we have a good guest, I think, to bring in and have the conversation together. That's coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Nicky Manwari has been compared to Cam Chancellor, but have you heard another one that you think may be a better fit?
He's a mix between Cam Chancellor and a Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton is a bit better when it comes to covering, and Cam Chancellor was just that pit bull roaming the block, ready to fight anybody who goes across the middle of the field. He has a little bit of both in him.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to like teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here is I see people start out as like a lot porter, and people like work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. The weather is warming. The sports are moving outdoors, Shannon. Maybe time to take care of that lawn and pull the old lawnmower out. Is it a time where you get a little busier as the weather warms?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. What we know, particularly in the Puget Sound, we have these cold, wet winters. The weather changes, the sun comes out, and everybody wants to rush outside and do things. And I'm telling you, that's great, but you got to take time, listen to your body. You got to prepare your body for those activities. You don't want to go too fast, too soon. So warm up, stretch, make sure you have flexibility, a little bit of conditioning, because if you're conditioned and ready and prepared, those activities outside are going to be so much funner, if that makes sense. You're an athlete yourself, Brock. You know how important warming up is.
No, I like funner. I think they would tell you more fun, but I kind of like funner, and that's exactly what IRG is. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. Remember, that's irgpt.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $2,500 off an energy-efficient Bryan cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down, and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Pretty remarkable how these Mariners have just found a way, it feels like, game after game, series after series. It's now 9 straight series wins. And was this one ever in doubt? Yeah. It was, right? They're down a run in the 9th on Tuesday. They were down 5 runs early yesterday, but then they got themselves right back into it.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, drilled, right field. This is on its way. It is back. It is gone. Rowdy Tellez onto Home Run Hill. 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it. A 3-run smash by Rowdy. It's 5-4 A's.
Now, once they got that, you knew they were going to win the game, right? That's just sort of the way it's been for them this year. And they did. It was, of course, the combination of Leody Taveras and Dylan Moore that got them over the hump in the 8th. And then Andres Munoz, who's yet to blow a real save, not including one where he has to inherit a stupid runner at second for no reason. Andres got the job done.
The 1-2 on the way, and it's strike 3 called, and the ball game is over. Munoz strikes out a guy who doesn't strike out, Jacob Wilson, and the Mariners come from behind this afternoon and beat the Athletics 6-5. The Mariners have now won 9 consecutive series. The last time a Mariner ball club has done that was way back in 2001.
Salky?
Yes, sir.
Just crunching some numbers for you.
I like when you do that.
Because we started the show and talked about that 2021 team, and I ran through all their WAR numbers and accomplishments.
2001.
2001, I apologize.
Or 201, depending on who you ask.
01, OT1. In 2024, just last year, do you know who finished the season? This is ESPN WAR, not F-WAR. Do you know who finished the season highest on the Mariners offensively, not pitchers, offensively in WAR? That would be Cal Raleigh, 4.6. Julio was 4.3. Just doing some quick math, the Mariners have 6 guys at Cal Raleigh's 4.6 and above. Cal is an 8.5 win player right now. JP is 6.7. Julio's 5.9. Jorge's 5.9. Randy's 4.9. Dylan's 4.6. Dylan Moore is playing at a level that Cal Raleigh did all of last year.
Well, I don't know if that's fully sustainable over the course of an entire season.
But it's 6. It's not counting on 1 or 2. It is 6 guys all contributing.
It definitely paints a pretty nice picture of what this team is capable of, and obviously they're banking all these wins. I think you'll like this cut here from Brian Woobrock, because I think he uses a word right near the beginning that very accurately describes this team.
I think it's just no quit, honestly. I think it's just relentless playing 9 innings of baseball. We get down early, I got punched in the mouth, and they come back and just kind of chip away. And, I think when you're, like I've kind of kept saying, but it's just consistency.
He goes on from there, but that word relentless, pretty fitting for them.
Yeah, you know what? What strikes me there as well, Salk, is kind of like the Seahawks kept their front office around because they like their culture. And then obviously they just bring a new voice in, and Mike McDonald, to disrupt some things. Maybe we look at these Mariners in much the same vein. Really kept the front office in order because they did like the culture. This team played 9 innings. This team had guys screaming, on Twitch last year about its 9 inning play. I mean, there's a relentlessness that Scott did help build culturally, and now it's just a new voice that may be cultivating it throughout the lineup just a little bit.
I think that's very well said. They get a little day off today, back home for the Blue Jays and Yankees. Good opportunity to go out to the ballpark, I guess, and support this team, especially with the Canadian invasion not planned necessarily for this season.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Feel pretty good about bringing back Shaquille Griffin to play corner. It looks like that's likely to happen. Not done yet, but Brady, Henderson, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN combining on a report yesterday saying they are still in discussions and no deal reached yet, but there seems like some momentum may be building.
So if George Pickens goes for a third rounder,
yeah,
right, kind of crazy George, super talented guy and all of that. Daniel Jeremiah brought up that corner from Green Bay. It's
Jair Alexander?
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Would you throw a third rounder and pay Jair Alexander here? You want to go from good to great to elite? You want to have like 3 elite corners? Do you want a ton of interchangeable parts? That dude is fast. That dude will play press man. Would you throw a third rounder and spend some of your cap space on? He's a little crazy now. He's a little off his rocker.
I don't know yet. I'd have to think about that one a little bit. I don't have a good answer for you today on that.
Because if you said to me that this draft this year had these 11 guys and then next year's third-round pick, and obviously you're going to have to pay him, so it's, but
you got some money.
If you included Jair Alexander from an acquisition standpoint, right, into this draft class.
Yeah. You'd have to talk me into it, I think, a little bit, Brock. It's not a position I want to spend a lot of money on. I'd need to know some details, but I'm not saying no out of hand. I just would like to think about it a little bit more.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kind of giving you the pause that you gave, the DJ gave, the Cowherd gave yesterday on a question that maybe we'll ask our next guest if we have a few minutes with him as well, is essentially, do you have your franchise quarterback? Is your franchise quarterback on the roster right now, Cowherd?
I think Sam Darnold can win playoff games. I think the AFC is harder to win playoff games because the quarterbacks are better. So like Minnesota, and I think Seattle's roster is better than Minnesota's actually, they just don't have Justin Jefferson. I think Seattle's capable of winning multiple playoff games. I think Seattle can do it, the Rams can do it, Philly can do it, Detroit can do it, and that's about it. I have high hope.
So what do we think?
Yeah, I think you'd listen to. I think if you had 50 guys, Orlovsky, Hasselbeck, both brothers, right? If you just took a survey of all the guys and posed that question, I think almost every one of them would do the same thing. They'd all kind of pause for a second and say, "Playoffs? Are we talking playoffs? They can win playoffs, but Super Bowl." The actual confetti test?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I wasn't sure how I wanted to define franchise quarterback. For me, it just was a guy you're going to win multiple playoff games with. Like, he's going to be the face of the franchise.
Yep.
Is he on the team right now? I don't know. I'm still not sure I know the answer to that, and I think that's part of what this year's all about.
It is, and you've given him runway and opportunity, and you've surrounded him with some vets. You've added to that offensive line. You're going to build and play this game with defense. What I'm saying?
You've also brought in another possibility in Jalen Milroe that maybe he's going to be the guy that actually ends up as the franchise quarterback winning multiple playoff games. So a couple bites at the apple. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here.
It's the only way you can deal with the
Salk
loser's curse, Salk.
Is that true?
Is more volume.
That's the only way?
That's the only way, just more volume.
Wow.
Yeah.
Seems like
especially when everybody's, after the same players as the Baltimore Ravens GM DeCosta was talking about, Eric DeCosta.
Yeah.
Can't have that loser's curse, man. Volume.
I think there's some validity to that.
I
Do you
think there's
not?
some merit to that. No, I do. We didn't ever really digest that fully. We kind of flirted around with the topic. I don't know, depending on how this scenario goes, maybe we can dig in that a little bit more.
This scenario might turn into the loser's curse. We'll see. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Rowdy Tellez, 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it.
Make it 9 straight series wins for baseball's hottest team.
This is what winning teams do. Incredible comeback again from this group.
At bat by at bat, they find a way.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners are back home in the first of 3 against the Blue Jays, with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile beginning at 2 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. And every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, we talk about loser's curse. How about the exact opposite? Because it's great when you're losing weight, right? And Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is as good a plan to do that as any, man. It has really helped me. Lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks when I did it. And, you're able to keep it off because it's got a really cool maintenance plan that goes with it. I'm not the only one. Ryan Roland Smith dropped about 30. He did so in 6-8 weeks. He had a lot of success with it as well. I know that there's thousands of people here around the Northwest who've had similar success. And a lot of the reason why It's easy. Like, it's not that hard. You feel pretty good while you're doing it. You're not hungry. It's real food. You buy it at the grocery store. You cook it at home with really good, delicious recipes, and you just sit there while the weight comes off. It's pretty awesome. I know this could be right for you. It starts with a 15-minute phone consult, which you can schedule right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
G. Scott here with former Seahawk Doug Baldwin. Tell us about Nourishing Champions.
We know the benefits for young people in sports, but we often don't think about the barriers, and one of those barriers is having proper nutrition. So Nourishing Champions, in partnership with Champions of Change and Safeway, is an effort to address those barriers so that our student athletes have what they need to excel both on the field and in the classroom.
High schools can apply for grants up to $25,000 from Nourishing Champions. Learn more at championsofchangefoundation.org/Nourishing Champions.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What have we done? You know, we had a week where we were going to be without G because he's not in tomorrow. He's got a good reason for it.
Yeah.
And then Wetzel canceled, and we got into this debate, and yada, yada. Now she's here in the room with us. What's up, man?
What's happening?
All right, before we get into this scenario,
talk
it's a good
Mariners?
one. No, I want to talk about what you're doing tomorrow because it's awesome.
Yeah.
G's not going to be in tomorrow. For those regular G and Ursula listeners, you won't hear G on the show tomorrow. And he's doing something, Brock, that I think is incredibly cool, and I'm going to imagine you do as well. G, tell everyone where you're going tonight.
I'll hop on a red eye, 11:30 red eye, as Salk, you know about that flight, heading to Boston, and I'll go and see my son off to rookie camp the same way I saw him off to kindergarten, same way I saw him off to middle school, high school, college, and here we are today. I'm just going to, hey, it's real quick dap, quick hug. Go ahead and do it. I texted him earlier this morning. He's already arrived in Boston as he gets ready to head down to Foxborough. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. I've never been to Boston before in my life. And I find it funny. I've been telling Mar and Lyle back there how much I've been watching the Celtics deal that that Bill Simmons has done and has me liking Boston, and then all of a sudden Boston is all in the cards. So
Here we go.
what's happening, Brock?
Here we go. So how's that? Will you get to watch him? Is
No.
that open?
No, you can't watch?
No, come on. It's rookie camp.
I thought you might get a chance to watch.
I'm not media unless they, allow a certain little thing to happen. But hey, my media credentials
doesn't play there.
It don't go past Seattle or Renton. My media credentials do
There's
not
no
work.
like Ohio State, Mike Vrabel connection you can pull off, or
No, I'm just gonna go out there, man. And
so
plus,
while he's practicing, you just have all day to go do whatever you want.
Well, I've been reaching out to my good friend Mike Salk, who is from Boston.
I know.
And I have been asking for a list of places to go visit. So
here's the problem: you're asking for tourist places.
Yeah.
Like, he was asking me where to stay as a hotel. I was like, I don't know. I've never stayed in a hotel there. I lived there. I never had a hotel as a kid.
Well, that's another thing. Why is it so damn expensive?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow,
Hey,
I
Brock,
don't
can
know
I
what to
borrow
tell
some
you.
money, man? Can I borrow about $500-$600?
Just for a night.
Yeah. No.
Well, I mean,
That's a night.
You're not staying at a cheap hotel either, though. I mean, let's be clear. G's like, I gotta go. I gotta hit the W. I gotta do this. Like, you're not like at a courtyard or anything. There are some cheaper places you could stay.
Let's be real. My days of staying. By the way,
You won't stay at a Marriott Courtyard?
No, I will not. But the last time I stayed at a cheap motel was we went to Bradenton, Florida. This is when we were thinking about my son going to IMG. And we stayed at a hotel that was across from a Waffle House. Stop right there. I should have known then.
Yeah,
I should have known then.
Brock, where do you draw the line for hotels?
Oh no. I'm a Hampton Inn. I'm a Holiday Inn Express.
Okay.
I'm good.
Will you stay at a Days Inn?
Days Inn. I don't think I've ever stayed at a Days Inn.
So that's where I would draw a line.
Yeah, I think Hampton.
I'm out on Hampton Inn. I'll do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Holiday Inn Express, fine. Hilton Garden Inn. Yeah, but I'll draw a line at a Days Inn. I'm out once you get to a Days Inn.
Here's what
or
changed.
A Comfort Inn.
Here's what changed me is my son is on the little, I call it a cot.
Yeah.
He was on the cot. I was on the cot, twin bed. And he's like, Dad, can I just go sleep in the car?
Yeah.
When he said that, I was like,
yeah, this place stinks.
I'll never do this again.
I think I understand.
All right. Yeah.
All right. So here we go. So here is the scenario. Gee, we brought you in for scenarios because that's something you and Ursula do. When do you guys do that? Every day?
Every day.
Every day.
10:47.
Every day at 10:47. They go through some scenarios, which are really sort of life questions. It's an etiquette
segment. Is that an Usher
segment.
song? Is that an Usher song?
That's Confessions.
That's Confession. I think you probably go try it.
We can't.
There it is.
We can't do Confessions anymore. Remember the last time we tried that song?
Well, certainly not while we're waiting on a new pope.
Wait, do you guys remember that or no?
Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So
Hold on, just let Tribe flow. Hold on. Let's just let Tribe flow for a moment.
Oh, by the way, Salk loves Tribe Called Quest.
I love this song.
He loves it. But in Boston, Red Sox aren't there. Celtics aren't there.
That's bad luck.
Good
So, as you guys know, a couple of weeks ago,
It was April 12th of 2025. It was 3.5 weeks ago.
Day after my birthday.
I was invited to throw out the first pitch at an Everett Aqua Sox game.
Celebrated, I would say.
That was
Celebrated.
I mean, I wouldn't go quite there.
It was a
I mean,
big deal.
I had reached out to them just because I wanted to go. So it's not like they had called me and said, hey, we'd love to honor you or something. I mean, like, I said, hey, I'd
But
love
it
to go
turned
to a
into
game.
that. But it
And they
turned
said, hey,
into
while
that.
you're here,
Yep.
would you be interested in throwing out the first pitch? And I was honored and touched. And I thought it was very nice. And so we made a big deal out of it here in the show.
Our production crew went up there. Justin Barnes was
true.
up there.
Yep.
Salk's getting pep talks, getting
Big
patted
deal.
on the butt. Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal.
We made it into a big deal. And
took
as
your
I said,
family?
took my family.
Yeah.
The kids came with me. I wanted them to see it.
I think you had said, like, one of the more meaningful moments of your life.
It was probably the biggest honor I've ever received, which, let's be clear, is a fairly low bar to jump over, but it was a nice honor. I have not received a lot of honors in my career.
Seeing my career doesn't help you?
Generally, I mean, that's nice, but I haven't been honored for it. I mean, like, let's be clear. Like, when you're widely disliked, there's not a lot of people lining up to honor you for anything. So I have to take the small gifts where I can get them.
Yeah.
And one of those nice small honors was being asked to throw out the first pitch at a single-A baseball game.
Okay.
So I did, and it was amazing, and I loved it, and it was a tremendous, tremendous moment.
Yeah.
So you can imagine there was some surprise yesterday when on a late-night text from our friend Lyle Goldstein.
What did he say?
Well, Lyle, why don't you tell us what you said last night?
I said I threw out the first pitch in an Aqua Sox game.
Wait. You said you were going to, or you already did it?
No, I already did it.
So you knew that you were going to throw out the first pitch. You waited to tell these guys after you threw it.
Yeah.
So can I ask you? Is there a reason why you didn't tell them before, so that we can make a big deal out of it?
Well, one, it was
So
a bit
we
of.
can make a big deal.
Well, one, genuinely, we had a pretty busy day. But number two was, I mean, I didn't want these guys in my ear before I threw the first pitch.
Have you ever thrown out a first pitch?
No.
So was it a big deal?
Yeah, it was cool. But we also.
So why didn't you talk about it with these guys?
Well,
You were scared.
To be fair, we didn't get a bunch of advance notice. We got about 4 hours notice.
Oh, so you didn't have the time to bring it up on the show yesterday?
Correct. I didn't know then.
All right, you didn't know yesterday. Okay. So, it's really Brock's question and Brock's scenario to lay out. Now that you know that Lyle threw out the first pitch last night, 3.5 weeks after I did it, Brock, what is your question?
Yeah, so I was at a wedding, actually my senior year of high school. My high school girlfriend at that time, her brother was getting married. Very nice ceremony in Seattle, and big deal. And at the reception, one of the groomsmen decides to propose to his lady at the
Major faux pas.
reception.
Bruh.
And it just almost created a free-for-all brouhaha. Like, you just don't do that. You don't rain on somebody else's parade.
Well, you don't
right?
upstage their parade.
Never upstage.
Never upstage the bride.
And it just feels like here Salk's, celebrated. As he said, one of the most meaningful things in his life. Just 3 weeks ago, we got video, we got audio, we got the maintenance director there on the field in Everett telling Salk, go for it. Don't listen to the marketing girl. She's telling you not to go on that mound. You go on that mound. You conquer that hill. You be the hero that we all need, right? And here, just 3 weeks later, Lyle's like, yeah,
wow,
I'll just rain on your parade.
I know sometimes you all get bored with my analogies and things that go through my mind, but this is just how I think. It reminds me, and by the way, brace yourself, it reminds me of the times back in the day of Cafe Arizona or HD Hotspurs. Shout out to any of you that know any of these locations that maybe you went there. So it would be like me pulling up to HD Hotspurs in Kent. And then on April 12th, my partner meets Lucy, right? My partner meets Lucy, and he hangs with Lucy. After HDs, they go to Denny's. Shout out to Denny's, because Denny's was the spot that you go to after HDs. They go to Denny's, and then, boom, they had a good weekend.
Oh, wow. Whole weekend.
And then on May 7th, not even 30 days has passed. Not 2 months, not 1 year, less than 30 days. If I run into Lucy, I can't holler at you, Lucy.
Doesn't matter how good looking Lucy is.
It don't matter how good looking Lucy is.
Doesn't matter how interested in you she is.
No.
Wow.
No. Hey, Lucy, you was with my partner.
Now, what if you
at
talked to your
HD's
partner?
last weekend?
What if you said to your buddy, hey,
okay,
hey, I know you and Lucy were together not too far in the past.
Right.
But I've always been interested. I've always had a crush. And
I just,
you know, if the
always been
moment is
interested.
presenting itself, would you have any objection to me also having at the time?
What do you
Lucy?
mean I always had a crush? I saw Lucy on April 12th, same time my partner did. How
That's
could I
not a
have
fair
any-
analogy then. That's not a fair analogy then, because this is something that every baseball fan has had a crush on since they were little. The opportunity to throw out a first pitch.
Yeah, find another,
So-
find another Lucy. Find another team.
Oh.
You didn't have to do that. At that time, you could have let, hey, didn't you just have my boy Mike Salk on April 12th? I tell you what, let's let things marinate. Give it at least 2-3 months, 90 days, and be like, hey, partner, I ran into Lucy a couple times before. Somebody texted in and said, I'm so lost.
Lyle, what do we think? So I don't blame you. That was a very roundabout analogy. What G is trying to say is that less than a month ago, I threw out the first pitch, and he thinks that it was too soon for Lyle to upstage me.
Too soon.
Lyle, what do you think? Did that run through your head?
No. And there's a couple reasons why. I've got 3 things to present here. Number one, like you just said, I've never gotten to do that before.
Right.
And it's always been something I've thought about.
So you just thought of you. Right in that moment, you thought only of you.
This is about
Cool to throw out a first pitch.
Absolutely.
Number 2,
yeah,
I was thinking about somebody else as well, because what hasn't been filled in here yet is it wasn't just me throwing out the first pitch here. There's another person involved.
True.
So if I say no, I rain on somebody else's parade too.
Okay.
Or you just let TJ do it and let him have his moment.
That's
fine.
you could have done that.
I just want to make sure I got this straight.
All right.
So, it was 2 of y'all at the same time?
That threw out the first pitch?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 2 of us threw out a first pitch, yes. There's a podcast featuring 2 of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're talking about the first pitch, not your crazy analogy. Let's be clear. All right. So your second reason is that TJ was involved also. So 1, you were selfish. 2, it was TJ. And 3?
Oh, going back to being selfish, because as soon as I hear we get the chance to throw a first pitch, as somebody who's in the business of making content, there is no chance I'm passing up a chance to get that on video, to get it mic'd up, and to do it, because whether it goes great or whether it goes terribly, it's going out on social media and it's gonna get people riled up.
All right. So question number 1. Did you throw from the mound?
Yes. Do you want the story?
I mean, might as well. Let's hear the story.
So
Let's
Tell us
go.
about Lucy.
We, Brock and I talked plenty before your first pitch, right? About how if you didn't throw from the top of the mound, it was going to be pretty embarrassing. I had every full intention to do nothing other than throw it from the top of the mound. And I was planning to. They told us that they wanted us to throw it from below the mound, from this kind of red carpet that they rolled out.
Yep.
And
told me the same thing.
And then I told the guy, look, I was told I can throw it from the top of the mound. I'm just going by what I was told. I kind of have to do this. And I explained to him more after the first pitch, because let me tell you what, I would have come on this show and been called the biggest hypocrite of all time. I don't care if the reason they told me no. Like, if I had not thrown from the top of that mound, and I explained this, I explained this to Steve afterward, who is a listener of this show, and then he's like, you know what? I didn't think about it in the moment. You made the right call. I don't care if the reason for them not wanting me to throw up there would have been because of a Category 5 hurricane. If I had not thrown from the top of that mound, I would have been ridiculed to the next level of, next level of hell by this show, because I would have been called a hypocrite after all the trash I talked.
I think that's accurate. Yeah.
So I was not.
So you broke through the barrier and went to the top of the mound?
Went to the top of the mound.
Did TJ?
No.
So TJ, you left poor TJ, your partner, to throw from the bottom of the mound from the grass while you tough guyed it up at the top?
Yes,
that's worse.
And all our friends who now knew that we threw this first pitch are telling TJ that he looks ridiculous for throwing from the bottom of the mound.
But you are sort of the bad friend who made him look ridiculous.
Oh, I was a bad friend too, because not only did he throw from the bottom of the mound, he he did not reach the plate throwing from the bottom of the mound, and I was laughing.
Oh no!
As a great,
Well,
as the
now
great
you just
friend-
outed him on the radio.
Yeah, seriously, now you're making it worse.
Well, the video's gonna go out anyway.
But nobody listens and watches your stupid videos. Now you're telling people on this platform. All right, so TJ goes first. You don't do it at the same time.
They only had one catcher, so we had to go back to back.
Who was catching?
Man!
His name's Elijah Dale.
Okay, so TJ throws first, and he skips it up there.
Yeah, and as the great friend I am, I start laughing.
Okay, so now you're laughing on top of the mound, or were you next to him at the time and then you went to the top of the mound?
I was a little bit off to the side of him, and then I walked up.
Okay, so then you're like, all right, well, this guy just embarrassed himself. I'm going to show him up further by going to the mound. And then did you deliver? How hard did you throw? What happened?
Oh, I threw it pretty firm. I now have the video, so I'll send it to you guys
Okay,
here. You can judge. Oh, I threw a dart. In fact, this gets even better. The exact words of our friend Mike down in Everett, and he said, feel free to use this quote for press release on the air. Your first pitch was 1,000 times better than Mike Salk's.
Oh, well, as I said, I wasn't trying to, win any awards. I was just trying to not mess it up.
Well,
what do we think of all this? So for the record, I am not the one who's got a problem with this. Brock was the one who brought it up. G's the one who kind of jumped in and thought it was inappropriate. I got Lyle's back on this one. Lyle,
really?
I do have your back, despite what Brock has asked, and his typical instigating way. Yeah. Gee, I don't have a problem with Lyle doing that. As a fellow baseball fan, I think that the allure of Lucy, the first pitch, is too great to pass up. But
to show up your
yeah.
I think you should have told us ahead of time.
Hey,
I think he should have said something ahead of time because I would have liked to have said, "Oh my God, that's awesome! Congratulations!" I would have liked to have since we're waiting on a pope, I would have liked to have given you my blessing in such an event.
Okay.
So to really make you feel at home and comfortable, I would have liked you to make it more about me.
Okay.
I gotta go, y'all. But before I go, I want to ask Lyle a simple question. Lyle, do you know who Snoop Dogg is?
Yes.
Back in the day, he had this song that he would sing.
Don't sing it.
With Corrupt.
Don't sing that song with Corrupt.
I don't want you to sing the song.
Don't sing that song.
I just want y'all to just say, it ain't no fun. Bye. See y'all.
Leave. You cannot sing any more of that song. That's the most filthy song I think I've ever heard. That's like one step away from Two Live Crew.
Now
There goes G.
I'm a little more disturbed now.
Yeah.
That he just he didn't just run over TJ.
Yeah.
He ran over him and then he backed up on him.
Can we get TJ on the phone, to be honest? Well, give Maura TJ's number. I think we've got to get TJ on. Maybe we'll do it at 9:45.
Yeah,
I would like to get TJ, your partner, on at 9:45. TJ's been on the show. He's hosted this show before. He's part of the family. We love TJ. Maybe more than Lyle at this point. And so I think we need to
use the phone too. He doesn't have to give me TJ's number. He can call TJ at 9:45.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a good point. Yeah. All right. And I don't want it to be like that situation with Howdy where we were taping and we were talking to Howdy's roommate. Remember when they didn't have cable? Howdy was trying to not have cable. They had some whole situation. So we called Howdy's roommate. And on tape, the guy was like, "Hey man, how'd that job interview go?" Howdy was like, "Shh, stop!" And then he somehow conveniently deleted that tape like Maura with Julio.
It just never recorded.
Yeah, never recorded.
Yeah.
So, all right, Lyle, we'll get more to the bottom of this. I would like to talk to TJ. You have my blessing. I have no problems. I think it was great that you guys were honored. I will say it does diminish my own honor a little bit. That you guys, I feel like I've been in the market 16 years. I really felt like it was a lifetime achievement. And for just a couple weeks later, them to say, well, essentially we give this to anybody. I don't know. It does cheapen it just a little bit. Yeah. But you have my blessing. I have no problems, Brock. I thank you for asking.
I hope this video sends in the next minute or two.
I really do need to hear from TJ, though, about what you did to him. Because you just, now he knows, for anyone, you ever see The Social Network?
Yeah, it's a really good movie.
You Mark Zuckerberg'd him to whatever his buddy was.
Eduardo Saverin.
Yes, Eduardo Saverin. You turned him into Eduardo Saverin. You just totally Zuckerberg'd him as Saverin. That's exactly what you did.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's fair. Just listening to the whole rationale for 15, 20 minutes here. I'm thinking if I'm in your shoes and TJ's shoes, it's absolutely the right thing. You've got to do it for your content, for your life experience. You don't say no. But you absolutely should have texted Salk.
Yeah.
Just for a moment.
I should have.
Just take a step
Okay,
back
well,
and go, hey.
the fact that you recognize that is really all I need. That's all I need here.
Good.
We
Yeah,
were.
that's fine.
It ended up being a busy day. That being said, I should have still said something.
All right. Well, then, hey, look, all is good with me. I feel fine with this. Brock and G obviously are harsher critics. Maura, you've not weighed in. How do you feel about all of this?
Oh, I have no problem with him throwing out a first pitch a few weeks after you. The TJ thing, I think, is a little that's rough.
It's a little tough.
That's tough, man. You guys are partners. Like, you split everything 50-50. Like,
I know. I know. He could have come to the top of the mountain too. He chose not to.
Dude, he couldn't even make it from the bottom of the mound. You
Starting
know
to realize
TJ's not
that
an
Lyle's
athlete.
pretty competitive with his athletics.
He is.
Like in the break, G was like, "Do you think you could out hit me in a cage?" And Lyle's like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Not-
and then
not
he like
all
brought
athlet-
out his videos of him recently in the cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a little athletic arrogance, as Brock likes to call it.
I mean,
the ledge.
I'm not like Brock. I'll say that.
What do you
Like,
mean?
Well, Brock's pretty competitive.
Oh,
And
you
Brock's
think
also-
I would? You think
this-
if Brock and Salk were asked to throw out the first pitch, you think I'd Zuckerberg Salk like you did,
Yes.
TJ?
Yes. I absolutely
I mean,
think you would do
he
that.
did tell us that
No
you were
chance.
You
you
would do
were
that.
doing
No, I would
something
not.
when you threw to him where they were all pretty easy, and then you just lobbed one just to kind of see.
Say it again. Say it again.
Wait, what
He
was
didn't
that?
tell us when you were throwing to him that you were doing kind of like an easy
When I
touch.
threw to Lyle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw to Lyle.
No, then he started ramping it up. He threw
I
it
ramped
hard.
it up a little bit. Yeah, I gave him
But
a
he
little.
said without warning or anything that he thought you were trying to.
Oh, that part. Yeah. So Brock and I were throwing the football one day after the show, and then one day during this catch without warning. At one point, then he just rifles one with basically 100 percentile effort.
No, it's about 60. It's about 60.
No, I don't think it was.
Yeah, okay.
425 says Lyle's been on a roll lately. He's been awake some of these mornings, making takes, been given props and being better than Boy Howdy. Then he immediately tanks it all in one too close to the sun. Phenomenal moment. I love it. This is classic. Another 425 says it's hilarious that you think TJ's going to be awake at 9:45. Hasn't Lyle taught you anything?
All right, this video just sent if you scroll to the 10-second mark. So you guys, before we go to break, if you want to give a quick review, you can. But
All right. Let me see. All right. Let me see if I can watch this video. 10 seconds. I got to wait 10 seconds? All right, hold on.
Put your
Well,
Ebenezer's on. So.
No, I can see this.
TJ's in the first 10 seconds.
Oh,
if you want to
TJ.
watch
Oh,
that
dear
part.
God.
Oh,
TJ, that was awful.
Oh my God.
Oh, no. Oh, and he looks so ashamed. And now you walk to the mound
Oh, is TJ wearing a
with your
prison
tight
suit?
jeans.
Nice.
That's a pretty good throw. Yeah, that was a good
That's a
strike
good
right
throw.
there.
That's
Nice
a good
job,
throw.
Lyle. Yours is good. What you did, you just kneecapped your partner. We'll be right back. Brock, we played some sound yesterday about Jalen Milroe.
Mm-hmm.
That at the moment I played it, I was a little worried that it was not, that it was just a little Pollyanna. But I heard something this morning that made me change my point of view on that. And I think it's good news for the Seahawks. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Even the guys that if you look at their average and go, ugh, they're not off to a good start, look at the on base. This team has been outstanding at working the pitcher, at taking walks. You look at Randy Arozarena, for instance. He's had huge hits. He's had some big moments that have been game-winning moments. But overall, he's not hitting that well. He's hitting 208, but he's got a 359 on base.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Heading to the ball game? Don't mess with traffic and pricey parking fees. Make it easy and ride the bus. It's affordable and convenient. No stress, no hassle. And plenty of time to grab a hot dog before first pitch. Community Transit makes riding the bus fun, easy, and affordable. You save money on parking, and kids under 18 ride for free. See where they can take you and plan your trip today. Go to Community Transit at ctgo.org/home run.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, we'll talk to TJ. We'll get a little bit more on this at 9:45. Let's shift back here to sports for a couple minutes, Brock.
Can we please? This is a sports show.
And I've got a lot here. No, we've got a lot to get to as well. So let me start with, I will admit, I'll start by admitting that I have been perhaps a little overly optimistic about the future for Jalen Milroe. I know that. I'm probably more excited about him than I should be, I just want you guys to know I know. Like, I know that. I know that the chances are he'll never turn into a franchise quarterback, that the issues he has are hard to overcome. But I'm hopeful. I'm just being optimistic on it. That's all. And I think it's fun to have a guy like Jalen Milroe on the roster because he's exciting and he can run. And if you can figure it all out for him, you've got an unbelievable weapon, which I just think is fun, honestly. So I understand that I'm being overly optimistic. But I heard this yesterday. We played it briefly. This was Greg Cosell.
So I ended up watching 8 games of Jalen Milroe. And I thought he showed meaningful improvement. As a pocket quarterback, he missed some deep throws, no question. But I thought he showed more patience. I thought he showed more poise. I thought that his feel for playing with timing and rhythm was a little more refined. I thought he played within structure a little better. So I thought there was actually improvement in his game. And I don't want to say it was significant, but it was incremental and meaningful in my view. I thought there was improvement from 2023. So I think he can fit that system. Obviously, they signed Darnold. He's the starting quarterback. But I thought that was a really interesting draft choice. But I see him being deployed, like I said, in the red zone.
Okay, so that was yesterday. Who is Greg Cosell? What is Greg's claim to fame?
I don't think he's Howard's son, is he?
I don't think so. No, I don't think he's related to Howard.
He's not?
He was a senior producer at NFL Films for years.
A long time.
So he's been around for a long time and around this game, and he's well respected.
I want to say him and Jaws would do a show, and he would be right alongside Jaworski as they cut down
that sounds right.
and of hours of film.
Okay, and that was on the Ross Tucker podcast. But I heard it and was like, look, I don't know. I don't listen to everything Greg Cosell says. Maybe he's just kind of one of those guys who says something nice about everybody.
He's the nephew of Howard Cosell, by the way.
Oh, cool. All right, didn't know that.
Mouth, Salk. Don't you ever question.
Well, he's not a son.
Ever.
That wasn't wrong.
Related. He's related to the great Howard.
All right. In any event, it's really not that important here.
No.
The point is, I wasn't sure if he was one of those guys who's just like, well, this guy's great, and this guy's going to be great, and this guy's going to be great.
Right.
So when I heard him on Quinn Ewers, who I think is going to be terrible and was terrible in college, I, feel a little bit better about his thoughts on Jalen Milroe.
I don't think his tape was very good. And I think that there's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up. I think that his lower body mechanics are not very good at all. He has poor footwork. He has a lack of balance. He doesn't throw with a firm base. I think that he falls away from a lot of throws. He struggles when there are people around him. And I think that that's a major deal.
And I'm glad he watched the tape. He didn't need to. He could have blink scouted that one. That's exactly what I saw in one snap judgment. But whatever. I'm just happy that he kind of sees that he's not like a Pollyanna guy on this.
Yeah.
He really thinks that there is something going on with Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, you know what? And honestly, looking at that list that DJ and I were talking about yesterday and just looking at all the different players over the last 15, 20 years that had some of that just elite athleticism or some of that dual threat capability and were, as much runners collegiately as they were pocket passers, honestly, like Jalen Hurts comes to mind. If you would have sat me down, Salk, and I had Jalen Hurts, I think, 3 or 4 times his last year after he transferred. Yes, from Alabama to Oklahoma. And he's following in the footsteps of Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield and Heisman Trophy winner and an offense that Lincoln Riley, especially in the Big 12. And in talking to my nephew, Sam, who's in this offense now, he's like, Uncle Brock, this thing is amazing. It is so quarterback friendly. Like, I've never experienced anything quite like this. And seeing the de-evolution, seeing it devolve to like 70% run, and knowing the frustration that Bill Bedenbaugh, the offensive line coach at that time, had with Jalen taking sacks and not getting the ball out and not doing what Jordan Palmer said, which was put the ball in play. Put the ball in play. I love that analogy. I would have said to you, I don't see it, man. Mid-rounds with Jalen, take Jalen Hurts in this case, mid-rounds, because just the spatial awareness and the timing and the accuracy and the precision, it's not like the other kids. It's not like Kyler and Baker and everybody Lincoln's always had. They had to turn to 75% run at the end of that season because he just didn't see it well enough. And then to see what he's become, nearly a 2-time Super Bowl champ, playing at a Super Bowl MVP level on that stage, yeah, man, I think that there is a lot of Milroe Hurts. Milroe's faster, Hurts is stronger, but robotic a little bit, yes. Pristine timing passers out of college, no. development had to be had with a supporting cast around him, absolutely. Yeah, I think
it's an interesting comp, Brock, because on one hand you hear it, and it probably, I would think, to those who don't, there's probably an element of people that say, well, that's lazy. They're both Alabama quarterbacks. They both could run. Like there's probably an element that just says, well, that's kind of a lazy comp. But I don't think it is. Like
both from military families.
Yeah, I'm kind of hearing what you're saying.
Both from Texas originally.
Mm-hmm.
Both probably started power cleaning like most kids in Texas in second grade, which is not a joke. The PE class in elementary school in Texas is squatting and cleaning like you do that. And they're just strong, physical dudes. And they had just like a plus. Jalen was a plus runner in college. Powerful, so strong.
Yeah.
And, like that's a plus trait, just as this Jalen Milroe as a plus run trait. But then you just kind of ask, like, okay, can the passing come? What did DJ say to us yesterday? Going to take a couple years.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take a couple years to learn to put that ball in play. And you think that's simple. It's actually the most complex thing.
No, he said that is a pretty hard thing to learn.
I would argue that's probably the hardest thing to do.
Interesting.
The exact opposite is being efficient and not going big game hunting and taking what's there and being patient. I think that's the more rare trait that you'll see. There's a lot of guys that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. It's just, to use that baseball analogy that I think Jordan was going for, it's the guys that are just constantly putting the ball in play and moving the line. That's, I think that's one of the harder things to do. It's one of the reasons why Brock Purdy was missed by the entire league, because the entire league was looking for the reel of the splash plays and they didn't exist. It turns out the guy was just playing point guard and doing the efficient, easy things consistently really well. And that's why he's had the success that he's had.
So you know what it requires? In many ways, like your pledge, one of the lines in it, and that is that sense of discipline on every pitch. In an at-bat, in the field, over 162 games, right? The sense of discipline that a Peyton had, that a Tom Brady had, right? That the great ones have. That every single play of every single series, if I get 10 series, 9 series a game, right? This isn't
1% of the plays this year and is a long shot to be something important to the team. I get stuff happens, and I'm hopeful as well, but why not talk about the picks that are going to have an impact on this team this year? Well, first of all, we are, when we're talking about them too. But am I crazy for having this level of hope for Milroe? Again, it's not like I'm not sitting here telling you guys this guy's going to be great, but am I crazy for looking at it and saying if it works out, it's such an unbelievable story, and Hurts is sort of a pretty good example of what it could look like.
Well, I would say to my buddy Chris down there in P-Town, down there, we'd go to Mrs. Turner's and have some pancakes, and I'd say, Chris, settle down, okay? We're talking about this because it's the only quarterback John has drafted since Russell Wilson in this kind of territory, number one. We've drafted a lot of guards and corners and receivers and tackles and running back. This is the only QB in this kind of ilk. And number two, when you're right at that position, and if this flyer is right, it transforms your whole organization in a way that the left guard and the linebacker and the tight end and those guys don't do. So I think that's why you don't give it short shrift.
They drafted a quarterback in the third round for the first time since Russell Wilson.
That's right.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. That guy became nearly a Hall of Fame track while he was here, and probably would have been had he not screwed it up afterwards. So, yeah, I'm going to be pretty hopeful on Jalen Milroe. I don't know whether it's going to work out or not. I know there's risk associated with it. But to me, as much as I like a lot of the picks they made, he's the most intriguing one. He's the guy that I can't wait to get eyes on when we get out there, because he's got some talents that no one else in this draft had, and not just for the Seahawks, but literally anyone else in this draft. So because of that, I'm going to keep talking about him. I think he's pretty darn interesting. All right, we'll give you guys everything you need to know, and at 9:30, Brock, we'll get back to a little baseball talk as well.
Can we, please?
We can. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Rowdy Tellez, 3-run home run, and the Mariners are right back in it.
Make it 9 straight series wins for baseball's hottest team.
This is what winning teams do.
Incredible comeback again from this group.
At bat by at bat, they find a way.
Tomorrow night, the Mariners are back home in the first of 3 against the Blue Jays, with Wyman and Bob live from T-Mobile beginning at 2 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. And every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Here, and you play sports long enough, and if you get to realize your dreams and one day be a professional, you know that you've likely endured a bunch of different orthopedic sports injuries, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis, well, they can affect anyone, and I'm sure many of you on this Thursday morning woke up and, gosh, this aches and that hurts, and it makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, right over there in Kirkland, that is where he is worth your phone call today, 425-823-4000. You see, Dr. Nelson, he's the only doctor in the state with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, yes, including stem cell therapy. Many people have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine over the last 10 years. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his heart. This has been his passion for well over 30 years. So if you're living in pain and it's affecting your quality of life and you just ache and hurt, please give Dr. Daniel Nelson a call this morning to 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawk Doug Baldwin. Tell us about Nourishing Champions.
We know the benefits for young people in sports, but we often don't think about the barriers, and one of those barriers is having proper nutrition. So Nourishing Champions, in partnership with Champions of Change and Safeway, is an effort to address those barriers so that our student athletes have what they need to excel both on the field and in the classroom.
High schools can apply for grants up to $25,000 from Nourishing Champions. Learn more at championsofchangefoundation.org/Nourishing Champions.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch.
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The next Mariners homestand is on deck. Join in for the Mother's Day weekend series tomorrow through Sunday and a marquee matchup against the Yankees starting Monday night. Then the fun picks up again with a 3-day Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway, May 27th through 29th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, crown disappearing. Hair loss for me was like identity theft. The solution? The simple one-day treatment that worked for me from Advanced Hair. And I'm just one of tens of thousands. Advanced Hair was recently crowned the winner of the 425 Business of the Year again. Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions, those monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but if you're like me, you want more. You wanted your own natural hair in specific areas permanently. From Advanced Hair's groundbreaking technology to world-class Dr. Perungo, it's not maybe your hair will grow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia
Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I know it's been almost a full day since the game yesterday, but just another remarkable Mariner win, man. They just keep finding new and interesting ways to do it. This felt like the first game they've gotten behind. I guess there was one against Houston, but they got down 5 early. Starting pitcher didn't really have it. And you could have seen that game get away from them pretty quickly, right? I mean, you get down 5-0, fourth inning, that might be it.
Wu has another long inning, and all of a sudden your non-leverage relievers, and all of a sudden it's 7, 8, 9.
And then
the
you
way
end up
that team
losing
swings
that
it.
game 9-2, 9-3, something like that. But instead, you get the home run from Tellez to get you back into it. And at that point, I think you're kind of under the impression that the Mariners are probably going to win that game down 5-3. They are down 5-4 because they got the Williamson double. And so not a huge surprise. They eventually tie it up.
Murdoch from the stretch checks the runner, and the next off on the way, and a swing and a ground ball through the left side of the infield. Mastrobuoni running third, being waved in. Up with the ball is Brown. The throw will go into second. Welcome to Seattle. Leody Taveras has just tied this game at 5-5 here in the top of the 8th inning.
I think it's pretty impressive that Leody Taveras came in and instantly understood the full system and automatically came up with a big hit in a big moment. And then, because he's the right kind of guy to acquire, why wouldn't he score from first?
Here's the pitch on the way, swinging a drive deep into the gap in right center field by Moore. And this one is going to go all the way to the track to the wall. Taveras running third, being waved in. He scores. Dylan Moore in at second, standing up with a 2-out RBI double.
Pretty good, man. That's a pretty good way to come back. Munoz closes it out, and the Mariners win their 9th straight series.
Again, no real mistakes in the field.
Nope.
You do your job defensively. Wu does not get overwhelmed after giving up 3 in the first and works his way through all the way to 6 innings. And even those highlights, Salk, they were set up by a walk, a stolen base by Mastrobuoni to get to second, to put yourself in position that, Taveras could just hit it the other way, put it on the ground, and let him score. And yeah, man, they're doing the big things, as you said. They're hitting home runs, and they're doing the little things. Situational baseball at a better clip than they've been doing it. It's why they've won 9 series in a row.
That's right. They're 22-14. First time in 24 years they've won 9 series in a row. So that obviously goes back to 2001. Third best start through this 36 games in franchise history.
One start
about
fast,
1/5
right?
of the way through the year. They said they did.
That was the messaging.
The initial reaction did not go well, and then bang, they turned it on. Have just been unbelievable since then. Day off today, but then Blue Jays in town for the weekend, and Yankees after that. So the Blue Jays have not been very good. The Yankees have been pretty good, so could be an interesting little homestand. Good opportunity to get out to the ballpark.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We've got white smoke. We've got white smoke pouring out of the Sistine Chapel right now.
Do we really?
A pope has been elected.
Already?
Already? Day 2? A day 2 pick?
Last time, didn't it take like 10 days?
Yeah, they must have, maybe there were some deals cut. I don't know. Yeah. You get a lot of new people in the conclave. I was reading all about this yesterday.
Oh, interesting.
A lot of new voters in the conclave who had not voted before.
I thought New White Smoke was Shaquille Griffin coming back to town.
No, we're
Not
just
yet?
waiting on that one.
Just waiting on that
Yeah,
one
we're just
still?
waiting on Shaquille.
Just Black Smoke, just nothing yet.
Just
Okay.
nothing yet.
All right.
But it could happen. We'll see. Brady Henderson and Jeremy Fowler reporting yesterday that they're still talking. No deal reached as of yet, but does feel like something that'll get done, doesn't it?
It does. I think this is probably just a guaranteed money amount, right? That the two sides are just a little bit apart. I think that Shaq would love to come back and be a part of this thing. Why wouldn't you? With a great front seven, a great defense, you know the fan base here, and so many players seemingly find their way back home at the end. I also kind of did a little digging there during some of the breaks on Jair Alexander, a name that DJ referenced with us yesterday. Kind of disgruntled corner up there in Green Bay.
Mm-hmm. Any chance?
Just don't need another guy that won't love to tackle. Don't need that.
Kind of have that.
Not in this defense.
Kind of already have that.
Yeah.
Don't need more of that.
Those guys in this defense, they kind of need to tackle.
See, I didn't have that information. That's, again, why I was sort of like, I think I need to know more.
Well, and I gave you more
before I want to commit. That's probably going to back me off of that as a possibility. He's a good player, though.
Good player. Cover first, tackle
Shaquille will
second.
come up and tackle, right?
Yes, he will.
I mean, that's something that you can know. He's got kind of a... He's got kind of a... What's the word? He's not pudgy. That's not the right word. But he's got kind of like a...
I'm not going there.
What?
I'm not going there. You could go there. I'm not going
there. I just said I'm not going there. I'm not calling him pudgy. But he's got kind of like, for a corner, he's got like...
He doesn't have lean muscle mass.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got kind of like a little extra oomph for a corner. Like, if he moved to safety one day, that wouldn't, like, be the biggest shock of all time.
And he will stick his face in.
Yeah, I like that about him. Yeah, you know what? Get this done. Get Shaq Griffin back here.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Third thing you need to know is that Lyle totally destroyed his relationship with his best friend and business partner, TJ.
Yep.
No, I'm laughing at you guys banter about this stuff. That's all.
What do you mean? Lyle's just hearing the show for the first time, Brock.
I'm not supposed to laugh? I don't know.
You know what? I don't really have anything else. That's everything you need to know. There's only two things today. I don't know what to tell you. I've been trying to stretch it to 3 all day.
Yep.
There's really only two things that you need to know. I was trying.
I'll tell you one thing.
That's pretty funny.
I am super jelly.
Yeah.
Because playoff hockey is freaking phenomenal.
Yeah, it is.
It really, 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 really is. And there are so many good teams. That's another thing these Kraken, I think, are up against. Is just, man, how do you get good? Not good to great. I mean, how do you just get to good when so many of these rosters have 2-3 lines deep and unbelievable goalie play? Playoff hockey really is something.
It's the best, man. Isn't it unbelievable?
It really is.
I'm so glad you're digging it and into it and loving it, because it is, it's been a passion of mine, obviously, my entire life. The playoffs have just been awesome this year. Every series I've watched has been good.
It hooks you. Like, I can see why folks that grow up in hockey markets, why you and Maura, like there's an emotion to it. There's and it's not hard. It's not hard to jump in. It's not like watching cricket. Cricket's hard. It's hard for me to jump in. I don't even know the rules.
Yeah, people do seem to get tripped up in hockey, though. There does seem to be this sense that the game moves too fast, or that they can't follow the puck, or they don't understand offsides and icing. I mean, offsides and icing are pretty simple, right? Like, when you're watching the games now, you get offsides and icing, right?
Absolutely.
And it's pretty simple.
Yep.
Icing is,
Cross 3 lines.
you can't cross 3 lines.
Yep.
And offsides is the puck's got to go into the offensive zone before the players.
That's right.
It's pretty much just that. And then the rest of the game is built off of that. Defense is built off of getting the puck out of your zone without icing it all the way down to the other side. That's the game. And so, it's cool. I love some of the numbers they throw out now in a hockey game, too. They'll give you, like, offensive zone percentage time, those things will really tell a pretty good story of how the ice is tilting over the course of a game. So, who do you think is going to win the cup with all you've been watching?
No idea, but I think a Canadian team's got better shot at it than they've had in seemingly forever. I mean, it's been since 1993.
There's only 2 left, though.
No, Winnipeg, Toronto.
Oh, 3 left. Excuse me.
Edmonton.
Yeah, Winnipeg, Toronto, Edmonton.
Sorry,
you're right. 3. I blanked on Edmonton. I was thinking that the Kings had won that series, but they had not. It was Edmonton.
No, they didn't.
You're right. Okay.
Yep. So at least you have volume. You got 3 teams that can get there.
Winnipeg I don't know. Like, that team should be the team that I think is going to win it all, but
a little flaky in the playoffs.
I know. And Toronto probably has the best roster in the league, but they have forever, and they're the Maple Leafs. Like, they always find a way to screw it up.
That's right.
So I don't know that I could predict that.
Yep.
I do like that Oiler team, but they got goalie issues.
Yep.
Oh my gosh,
it's fun stuff.
It really is.
Not as fun as our first place 22-14.
Should I make more people mad in being nice about the Mariners again next?
Yes.
It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 SeattleSports.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Nicky Manwari's been compared to Cam Chancellor, but have you heard another one that you think may be a better fit?
He's a mix between Cam Chancellor and a Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton is a bit better when it comes to covering, and Cam Chancellor was just that pit bull roaming the block, ready to bite anybody who goes across the middle of the field. He has a little bit of both in him.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I appreciate your kind comments last night, Brock. That was very nice of you.
The night before, I was kind of a turkey. I was pushing buttons. I was kind of in a bad
Were you?
spot. Yeah.
Oh, the night before.
Yeah, the night before.
Yeah.
I apologize for
bit.
that, but I was a little feisty the night before.
That's okay.
But it's true. You really are a tremendous writer. Yeah, you do. You do a great job. And I'm going to guess, that's one thing about BB&N and another thing about Pomona and those years there, you're going to read and write. Right? Readers are leaders. Readers are leaders, and you're going to read and write.
Well, I did do a lot of writing during that time there. And I spent a little extra time thinking through this one. And I told you all this past week that I was really, trying to kind of wrap my head around making a change in my own thinking. And I appreciate some of the shots that'll get fired here. That's okay. I don't mind. I mean, that's okay. You can say that I'm trying to come up with an excuse for being wrong or this and that. You can think whatever you want. I just was trying to determine how I felt like the game had changed, and some things that I have always been very convinced of all of a sudden didn't seem to be playing themselves out in quite the same way.
Well, again, to go back a little bit to, I think, a guest this week that kind of blew us away a little bit, and that was Jordan Palmer.
Uh-huh.
And just some of the neat insights he had. And I will say this, he said a few things that I've continued to kind of think about the last couple days. And when he was talking about, and there was video of Tom Brady working with Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if you saw any of that, but he was working with him on his delivery, and it was pretty cool. And when Jordan says the greatest of all time, and he's right. If you look at the throwing mechanics of Tom Brady, Salk, his second year there when he won a Super Bowl in New England, and you just look at how he threw, right? Just upper body, lower body, connection, disconnected, all of it. Very different than how he threw 20 years later. There's always an evolution. And if you just get stuck and think and sit in this just one spot and you don't evolve, some of whether this is your fundamental thinking or in this case, kind of how you view the best practice, the best process in the game of baseball today. If you just think this is the only way to do it, like hang my hat on this and this has to be the only way and the numbers tell you this, I think you got to be a little careful as the game and the personnel evolve.
I think that's well said. And part of what I was trying to get to here of I'm not going to go back and say that the big things don't matter, right? I mean, I think there's been a lot of talk about doing the little things and playing small ball. The little things are the little things for a reason, and you still got to do the big things, right? The Mariners still got to hit home runs. They're fourth in the league in home runs. They still got to walk and get on base. They are first in the league in both of those two categories. And those of for years always said, look, no one complains about strikeouts when you walk and hit home runs.
That's right.
Right? Like when the strikeouts are accompanied by the walks and home runs, you live with them.
But when you don't hit home runs, you get the just huge inconsistencies that you've had offensively the last few years.
That's right. And so I was trying to figure out kind of what's changed and how the game has been evolving. And I think some of the stuff is maybe accurate. Some of it isn't. I don't know. I'm trying to, these are hypotheses. We're trying to figure it out. You can read through the kind of subtleties and details of this at seattlesports.com. But one of the major changes, obviously, is that pitching's just better. And I got to thinking about the idea. Maybe this is a question for Kevin Seitzer, who's going to join us tomorrow, Mariner hitting coach. He's going to join us at 8:30. This idea of wait for that one mistake and then clobber it. Right? That was a big part of hitting for a long time. A lot of pitches you're not going to have any chance with. Hopefully you take them or foul them off, and you wait for that one mistake and then you destroy it.
Yeah.
Is that even true right now? I mean, like, are you even getting a mistake? And that was one of the things that got me thinking about changing the approach a little bit, that mistake may not come. The pitching is just so freaking good. And even if the mistake does come, you're already making your decision based off 98-mile-an-hour fastballs. You might miss the fact that it was a mistake and it ends up being effective anyway. So I do think that some of the change comes just based on the increased, consistency and unbelievable upside of the pitching that we're seeing from innings 1 through 9.
That's right. That's right. And I think that was a lot of the team comedian last year, Brian Brown. I think that was a lot of his, Brant Brown. That was a lot of his philosophy, was playing the odds and looking at the numbers and when this guy makes a mistake or how you get in and making sure then you kind of take advantage of that cookie and of that odd. Well, what happens if you don't? And how demoralizing then is that? And how confidence wrecking is that? Like, man, my process was good and I got to the point, and then even then I screw it up. And it just is I think can be a real frustrating, paralyzing place to live.
Yeah.
Versus, okay, we still want to do damage. When Rowdy Tellez got a 3-1 count and an inside pitch in his go zone, he absolutely deposited it. And you've got to do that and take advantage of mistakes. But when you don't get a mistake, can you put the other stuff in play? Right? Can you still... can you put the ball in play, Jordan Palmer, even if it isn't a mistake, and just put it on the ground or put it the other way, or, get a little bloop and flare and just, continue to kind of pressurize the situation.
Yeah, and those little things will matter. The big things are going to matter too, right? They're still going to matter a lot. I got a 3.60. I never understood the strikeout thing. For me, strikeouts are the opposite of walks, so the ability to foul off pitches is essential to the walk home run strategy. Walks can't go along with strikeouts. They're definitionally the opposite. I don't agree with that. Walks absolutely can go along with strikeouts. We saw it for a generation of baseball. Guys that were very patient took a lot of strikes and a lot of balls, and then they swung as hard as they could on the pitches that they thought they could do damage on. So walks often do go along with strikeouts. They do often go together because players that are willing to be patient are driving up pitch counts. And in an era, which we just are sort of leaving, where middle relievers are your best opportunity to score runs in the 5th, 6th, 7th innings, you want to get your starter out of the game as soon as humanly possible. And you do take some solace in a strikeout rather than a double play or a first pitch ground out, because you're at least taking 5, 6, 7 pitches to work the count and get that guy out of the game if you're a 3 true outcome walk, strikeout, home run guy. But in a world where getting the starting pitcher out means in all likelihood you're going to see somebody better, like it does change the equation a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, Lyle, I know you're really good with your stats and your numbers, and I'm not asking you to know this off the top of your head, but before we kind of crucify you with TJ here in 5 minutes, I am curious, the last few years, the teams that led the league or in the upper tier of the league in doubles, because we land so much on the damage done with home runs, and they are damaging and they are big. But I also do wonder, is there any correlation between those teams that just hit a whole bunch of doubles and just, do damage through that route? Because my eyes, and this is where maybe my eyes and numbers are wrong, but my eyes are telling me, Salk, that this year's Mariners are hitting more doubles.
Well, they definitely are. I mean,
putting the ball in the gap.
They've not been good at that.
What's that?
They've not been good at that the last few years. No, not at all.
It has been kind of home run or nothing. And I know their doubles numbers have been significantly down the last few years. And it just kind of strikes me.
The Mariners this year are 24th in the league in doubles.
They're 24th in the league in doubles.
Isn't that weird?
So there you go.
But to be fair, they were 27th last year. So, yeah, it's up.
Yeah, it's up.
It is also, again,
and it's hard to do that at T-Mobile.
It's going to be really hard to do at T-Mobile.
It is.
Leading the league in doubles right now are the Diamondbacks, Diamondbacks who are good, Cardinals who aren't, Red Sox who are okay, Mets, Cubs, Royals, Twins. Yeah, I mean, it's all over the map.
It's all over the board.
Last year, it was the Red Sox leading, the Twins at 2. So
Dodgers third, Phillies. So some good teams.
Yeah.
Year before that, you're looking at Red Sox. I mean, again, the Red Sox playing Fenway.
Correct.
It's really, really good park to hit double. I think doubles, unfortunately, are going to be
skewed.
Pretty skewed. The Rockies, who play that, they were fourth. Like the Dodgers playing a decent. I mean, they also have a really good lineup, but I think the doubles thing is going to be pretty park affected, unfortunately.
I got you.
You'd almost have to do road doubles and that. Now you're getting pretty complex. But here's, I'll just kind of come back to it. And again, if you guys have some time, read the article before you get mad at me. Just read the column, because I did spend some time trying to kind of sort through all of this. And I'm honestly, truly trying to avoid being like the players from the 80s who in the 2000s got really mad at baseball. I don't want to be so stuck in my ways that I can't see evolution and revolution when it's happening right in front of my face. So, not easy, because I still believe a lot of what I've always believed, but you gotta adapt to what the game is doing and what you're watching is showing you. Lyle, what do you think of all this? Does contact matter? Does it matter more than it used to?
It's funny. I made a Brock reference, or kind of an analogy, to you before the show started, where Brock likes to tie in baseball and football. And I thought to myself how for a few years there, running the football in the NFL had just become such an afterthought with a lot of teams, where running backs, they weren't paid. They weren't often heavily utilized. Teams threw the ball left and right. Then the league makes an adjustment and says, all right, we're going to put 2 safeties up high, we're going to take away the deep ball, and now running the football has become relevant again in the NFL. I think it's almost kind of a similar thing, where not that throwing the football has become an afterthought in the NFL. Now, it's not like people are running the wing tee, but you just have to have some balance. Where in baseball now, it's, look, home runs and walks are still going to usually be where the best offenses in baseball find their source of, production. But I think there's some balance to contact in baseball and putting the ball in play. It's kind of like what I've said with the Mariners and in general about strikeouts all this time, which is I'm kind of like you, Salk, in the sense that I don't really get all that bothered by strikeouts. It's just when you start to lead the league in strikeouts and you're setting record level paces like the Mariners were at points of last year, where that's where it starts to affect you, because then it starts to tie into runners on base and runners in scoring position, where it's always carrying over, where now the Mariners are doing more with runners in scoring position and capitalizing on opportunities. So I think there's a balance.
Where this gets a little squishy, right? And where the divide and the fight and the banter and stuff socially in the social media channels really gets heated up, Salk, is there were a lot of years that the Mina Kimes and the stat-driven people would say, why run the ball? It's easier. All the numbers tell you it's easier to get yards throwing it. And what the football people said was, you're missing the mark. You're missing what the run game does to your opponent. And yeah, you can throw little dinks and dunks, but you're not beating them up. You're not wearing them down. And numbers can't speak to that. They can't speak
and you're not forcing them to put another guy in the box.
Yes. So you're not speaking to that. And I think in the same kind of regard, like some of these analytics, some of these numbers got to such a place here in baseball that you're not thinking and speaking to actually how this does pressurize your opponent, or how you do some of the stuff you can't measure, into the psychology of it, into the challenge of it, into the pressurization of it. So I think that there is always going to be this great tug of war between the analytics and some of that data, which does make sense, versus just some of the old school mental, psychological, human nature, physical elements.
And I did reference sort of the sea change book on analytics, Moneyball, in the piece. And again, we've talked about this before, that Moneyball is often misquoted, misapplied, and misconstrued. It is not just a book about on-base percentage, although clearly that's a big part of it. Moneyball was Oakland's attempt to find an edge to help them compete against teams like the Yankees, who are going to spend a lot more money.
Yep.
That is the essence of the story of Moneyball and why Michael Lewis wrote it. And they found that edge in analytics that nobody else was using yet. And one of those pieces was looking at on-base percentage more so than batting average. That's, simplifying a really long book down to like a couple of sentences.
Yep.
I mean, that's sort of like, that's got to always evolve. And when everybody else figures out the same analytics, you've got to look for the next thing. And if one of those small advantages you might have is people aren't used to fielding the ball as often as they used to. And while the athleticism and the defense might be just as good, I'm not convinced that the preparation and decision-making on defense is. That guys are in the right place because of the analytical data they have, which tells them where to stand. But once they field the ball, do they always know where to go with it? And if there's somebody not where they're supposed to be, does that confound them? Yeah, I think it does. And the game speeds up on players very quickly. So, yeah, Brock, I'm coming around to a lot of what you've had to say. And I think it's been very prescient. And I think through a month or so, we've seen a lot of success with the Mariners because of it. Doesn't mean this team's not going to have its ups and downs. They will. They're not going to go on like this and win, every series the way they have for the last month. But it certainly shows that it can work, and it certainly is right now.
Yeah, and it's just unlocking, I think, some confidence of guys playing at a level. And I rattled through those WAR numbers. The last year, Cal led this team with a 4.6 win above replacement. And right now, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys playing at that level, and some doubling it up.
On that pace.
On that pace. Dylan Moore is on that pace for a 4.6 season. Randy 4.95, Jorge and Julio 5.9, JP 6.7, and Cal himself nearly doubling his production from last year.
By the way, just before we get to TJ, you know who's looked pretty good the last couple days? Julio.
Yep.
He has taken some much better swings, some much better at bats, lashing singles, driving the ball when he needs to. Obviously, the defense and stuff has still been there. But the last, week or so, Julio's looked a little bit better. I'll just throw this out there quickly from Jordan Schusterman, who was on yesterday with Bump and Stacy.
5 straight games without a strikeout, which, I'm sure there's some people like rolling their eyes like, really? Are we really celebrating going a week without striking out? But for Julio, sure, absolutely. I mean, and that's not just a recent thing. I mean, his strikeout rate is at a career low. His walk rate is at a career high. His BABIP is at a career low. And so I know you're still looking at a batting average that doesn't look great, but I mean, I've kind of been saying this for a while, the underlying stuff still looks really, really good for him. And maybe this run recently is the sign that hot streak that we've grown so accustomed to coming in July or August or September, maybe that is coming sooner.
And again, I do think they'll need it. I don't think that all of those guys you mentioned, Brock, will continue at that pace all year long. You're going to need your big guns. The big things are still more important than the little things. That's why they're the big things. The rocks are more important than the pebbles. But if Julio starts getting going, this could be a very interesting scenario. All right. Speaking of interesting scenarios.
Real quick note here, sorry, just because I thought it might be relevant because McDonald liked him in Baltimore. Jadeveon Clowney has been released by the Panthers. Still had 5.5 sacks in 14 games last year.
Brock?
And McDonald did bring him into Baltimore.
Brock?
Yeah, a couple years ago, that body he's going to have to see my buddy, Dr. Nelson.
Think so?
He's
very
32
much so.
now.
Yeah. He's got to see Dr. Dan.
All right. Well, we'll just finish this up. If you guys have a chance, go click on that article. It's up at seattlesports.com, and you can make your own decision on what you think I'm trying to say. Earlier today, we learned of this great scenario where Lyle and his buddy TJ were up in Everett yesterday and asked to throw out the first pitch at the Aqua Sox game. G thought that it was a little too soon after I had been honored. Similarly, Brock. I don't know that I agree. I didn't really have a problem with it, but I appreciate G and you really kind of standing up for me. And I do think it would have been nice for Lyle to have just, asked or texted ahead of time in some way.
Even text, just a heads up.
Just a little heads up.
Just a heads up.
But then when we heard the whole story, what emerged was really kind of a social network style clubbing, kneecapping.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, where these two partners, in that case, Zuckerberg and what's his name, Eduardo, right? Zuckerberg just one day, thanks to the evils of, what's his name, Sean Carter, right? Sean Parker, yes. Played by Justin Timberlake. He destroys his friend. He cuts him out of the business. He totally kneecaps him. He stabs him in the back. And I feel like that's sort of what happened with Lyle and TJ yesterday. So I want to hear it from TJ's point of view. TJ, you guys both get there. TJ's joining us now. Hi, TJ. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Julio's strikeout rate, by the way, now under 20%.
Yeah, big deal.
That's notable.
Yeah, and I understand you're trying to build yourself up after the humiliation inflicted upon you yesterday by your partner, Lyle. So you get out there and you go to throw from in front of the mound.
Yes, I did. Because you guys should know I have a history of being an erratic thrower. And being an erratic thrower, the more distance you add, the more space there is to mess up. And I'm thinking there needs to be some damage control here. So I tried damage control. It made it, 95% of the way to the plate. All right. It was a changeup spike on the back foot of a right-handed hitter. He swung over the top of it, and I get the strikeout.
Isn't that sort of, Brock, like the way I like to hit hybrid off the tee?
No question.
I'll do that later today at home course. Like a much smaller dispersion because it's not going to go as far. Like, okay, I get that, TJ. How did you feel after bouncing it when your friend and partner decided to not just laugh at you,
right,
but then go up to the top of the mound and fire a strike?
I have come to accept that Lyle is a significantly better athlete than I am, and that he manages to keep the muscle memory of throwing significantly sharper than I do. So I can't say I was that surprised when he fires in a bullet for a strike. He's like, yeah, I'm going to whip this thing in there. And he did from the mound. So I was already expecting it at this point. It was not something that just catches me off guard. I let him know, guys, that, I knew he had no choice but to do that. Because if he didn't do that, it was going to be game over for the next, 3 months.
True.
But you didn't want to try that yourself.
Well, I'm not held to the same standard. I'm not on the show.
King of the Hill.
Again, I told you guys if I didn't throw from the top of the mound, it was going to be nonstop on this show.
Yeah, but I think this is worse, honestly. Like kneecapping your friend, because you could have just come and been like, hey, look, I wanted to go to the top of the mound. They told us we couldn't, and we don't have the kind of juice that you do, Salk. So, you could have kissed up a little bit, made me feel good, and then said, also, I wanted to be a good friend to TJ, who by his own admission doesn't keep up on his athletic skills the way I do. I think I would have understood that more so than, again, stabbing your friend in the back.
So, TJ, bottom line, have you just kind of gotten used to the self-centricity of Lyle? Is that what it is?
Sure, yeah, if that's how you want to call it.
Wow. Let me ask one final question, and then we've got to let you go. But let me ask you the most important question. TJ, after what you saw last night, will you always be wary as the Marine Layer podcast grows, as the Marine Layer brand becomes, like Facebook, bigger and bigger over the years? Will you always be wary that your partner, your co-founder, will be at some point willing to kneecap you and take you out of the business and leave you destitute while he goes on to great fame because of what happened last night?
Well, if I'm sitting here and I'm thinking of a worst case scenario in that case, I need to give myself an exit hatch that takes some of the business with me. So it's good to have this information up front so I can be prepared to go, oh, you're going to sucker punch. I got even lower sucker punch. I'm ready to go.
I'm just going to say this, and we'll let you go. Be careful if he brings a lawyer to any meeting. Just if there's a lawyer present and he wants you to sign anything, don't do it, whatever you do. Just make sure you have your own lawyer look at that, okay?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, this is why I come to your guys' show. The best advice possible.
Love it. And it's actually called a Zucker Punch.
Zucker Punch?
Yes, it's called a Zucker Punch.
Have you seen The Social Network?
Yep.
Me?
No, TJ.
TJ.
Yes.
All right.
One of the all-time great movies. Aaron Sorkin wrote that sucker.
Thank you.
All right, goodbye,
Thank
TJ.
you,
We gotta
TJ.
go.
Appreciate you.
We gotta go.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys.
That's TJ Mathewson of the Marine Layer with Lyle.
Learned a lot about Lyle.
Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah, a lot.
Watch my back when he's around. I don't know if I'm going to take any more vacation. Got to come into this, throw me right out of this chair.
Think we're going to let the Marine Layer do some shows like they did in the past?
I don't think so, no. I don't think we ever will.
You guys are speechless.
Kind of are. Never seen anything quite like it. All right, we got to go. Kevin Seitzer will be with us tomorrow morning at 8:30. Maybe some other surprise as well. Haven't been around for phone calls in a while. Looking forward to hearing those. We will catch you starting at 6. And until then, the hay
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy.
Nick Imanwari's college coach, head coach of South Carolina, Shane Beamer, joining us.
Hey, Coach, how do you think his game translates to the NFL?
He's got such a skill set because of his size and athleticism. He really can do so much from a coverage standpoint, from knowing what Seattle does defensively. And I think they like guys that are multifaceted and can do a lot.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
This year, tee it up at home with Synthetic Turf Northwest. Dial in your yard and your short game is sure to follow. Synthetic Turf Northwest is your synthetic grass expert. Install a custom backyard putting green or just a mud and mow-free lawn the neighbors will envy. They do it all. Residential, commercial, and turf supply. With locations in Woodinville and soon Fife. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
In the NFL, the Panthers have released edge rusher Jadeveon Clowney per ESPN. To MLB, it's an off day for the Mariners. Don't forget Extra Innings hosted by Curtis Rogers tonight at 7 p.m. Curtis, what's on tap?
Mike Lefko at 7:15. Ben Nicholson-Smith at 8 o'clock previewing the Jays. He's not the only hyphen on the station today. Ryan Rowland-Smith coming up at 11.
Hey!
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.